Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we offer our humble obeisance, our humble pranams at the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. We welcome all the viewers across the world for this auspicious Uttama Seva to Paramashiva from Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayamu Adi Sarvajna Peetam. In the hours before we are graced with the darshan of His Divine Holiness, of Paramashiva himself, this is the most auspicious, opportune time for us to prepare ourselves, our body, and our mind towards. For those of you who are tuning in for the first time to KAILASA's Nithyananda TV, welcome to the official TV channel for Sri KAILASA, the only and greatest Hindu nation in the world. Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness, is the reviver of KAILASA, an ancient enlightened civilization, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. His Divine Holiness is an avatar from and is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. His Divine Holiness has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities for humanity. Sovereign Order of KAILASA, led by His Divine Holiness, and Nithyananda Order of Monks, Nuns, and Hindu Diaspora are working for global peace and to give a super consciousness breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University is the world's largest university, is spreading across 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, time capsuling, preserving, decoding, spreading, and reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and sciences like Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology and Vastu, and 64 sacred arts. His Divine Holiness is the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Peetam and is the ancient apex body of Hinduism and is the current emperor of Surya Vamsha Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness has survived the worst persecution on person and character by anti-Hindu elements. To explore more videos, you can visit KAILASA's Nithyananda YouTube channel. Today, we are celebrating the Nithyanandeshwara Brahmoswam on the occasion of Kartika Deepam, day 8th. And we are offering the Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva. Uttamottama Seva is an Vedic ritual straight from the source, from the Agamas. Uttamottama means the best of the best, and Seva is offering. And it is a ritual of offering the best of the best to Paramashiva. And whatever we offer to Paramashiva comes back to us thousandfold, many millionfold. And Paramashiva is the source of everything, be it grains, or knowledge, or skill, or people, everything. Offering the best of the best is the way we can offer our gratitude to Paramashiva and being integrated to him and his words. Agamas is the only thing we can actually offer him. Uttamottama Seva is an intricate ritual that is described by Paramashiva himself. And so many offerings are there that came down, the best of the best that is offered in the Vedic tradition. from the instrument to the offering of the food that should be offered to Paramashiva. The various types of dance and the way it is danced, the Uttamottama Seva is described by Paramashiva as the best of the best. We offer Abhishekam, Vastram, Gandham, Aratrikam, Archanam, Dupam, Deepam, Naivedyam, and Deepopacharam, Pushpanjalim, Chaturvedam, Gruhya Suktam, Agama Stotram, Dravida Vedam, Nrityam, Sangeetam, Vadyam, and Swasti Vachanam. The source of all these best things is Paramashiva, and he has given these to us, and offering them back at his feet is what we do during this Uttamottama Seva. Thereby, we experience the state, and we live the state, and radiate the space, and manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. And since it is Agama Vidhi, Paramashiva's instructions, we offer them during this Seva. The best of the food offered as Naivedyam, the best of the movement a body can make offered as dance, the Nitya Seva, and the best of the sound offered as music, Sangeeta Seva, and the best of the consciousness offered as power manifestation, Shakti Avishkarana. The best that humanity can offer to Paramashiva is as gratitude is offered in Uttamottama Seva. Today, celebrating the 9th day of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Brahmoswam, let us understand on the eve of Kartika Deepam, and let us understand Kartika Deepam is the beginning of the universe in the time dimension. His Divine Holiness revealing the importance of Kartika Deepam as it is on this very day, Paramashiva become many and made himself available to many. Kartika Deepam is the ultimate significance. In a way, if you see, with the recorded evidence available, the oldest festival, around 8,000 years ago, recorded evidences are available for the Kartika Deepam festival. It is the ultimate Ussava, ultimate festival. There are three major things that have happened on this very auspicious day. First, the timeless Paramashiva decided to become many and to celebrate himself on this very day. And the time started from the timelessness, from this Kartika Deepam day. And that is the time the Big Bang happened. And the second, when he manifested as Brahma, Vishnu, and Andavas, the Brahma Vishnu had a little difficulty about who is the greater. He appeared as a light shaft and gave them enlightenment on this very Kartika Deepam day. And the third, Devi Parashakti wanted to become part of Paramashiva, the oneness space, and doing tapas for it. Paramashiva granted Devi Parashakti the ultimate space of oneness forever on this Kartika Deepam day. So all these three great things have happened on this very day. It is on this very day Paramashiva manifested and created 56 great nations and more than 170 smaller provinces, revealing the Vedas and Agamas to the world, making the whole Brahmanda endowed with life and creating Brahma and Vishnu manifesting the universe. It is on this very day Paramashiva became many and made himself available to many. Let us understand the great truths about Paramashiva as told by His Divine Holiness. His Divine Holiness is revealing the difference between the unmanifest and manifest component in us and saying, if you feel connected to me, be very clear, you are Paramashiva. His Divine Holiness narrates that I'll give you experiential understanding, the Pratyaksha Pramana. If you're feeling that your unmanifest is in love with me, centered in me, and be very clear, you are Avyakta, the unmanifest, has already accepted the foundation point that you are Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, unless your Avyakta, the unmanifest component of you, decides to accept this truth, Paramashivoham, you are Paramashiva, it will not fall in love with me. He continues to narrate that every day before morning puja, whatever people may tell about you, whatever Swamiji, whether he's saying right or wrong, but I am in love with you. Be very clear, you are centered in the truth. Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and the powerful cognition you manifest will be only Shakti, powers, not Siddhi. There are two cognitions. Whatever people may say, whether I hear or whatever I hear, right or wrong, but I am in love with you. I know you are Paramashiva and I love you. It means your unmanifest is centered on the cognition. I represent Paramashivoham. If you say, I know you are Paramashiva, I love you also, but then forget about it. His Divine Holiness says, even if you manifest powers, it is only siddhis with this cognition. If you manifest, it is siddhis, miracles, not powers, the shaktis. Whatever I hear, right or wrong, good or bad, I know you are Paramashiva and I love you. If what comes before the sentence or what comes after the sentence decides whether you are manifesting the siddhis or shaktis. That is it. Whatever it is, but I love you. I love you, but there is a big difference. There cannot be conflicts outside if there are no conflicts inside. His Divine Holiness defines the chastity to Paramashiva. Chastity has nothing to do with body. It is something to do with your core cognition. To whoever you declare your chastity, nobody else should be able to enter into the core cognition of you. That is chastity. Chastity is always absolute or absolute. There is no 99.999% chastity. No. In your core cognition, in your being, if you declare chastity to Paramashiva, your Guru or anyone in your life, that space no one else can enter or shake, alter, dilute, that is chastity. It has nothing to do with an ordinary body. In any relationship, the son, daughter, father, mother, spouse, in any relationship, what you declare to them and to you, it should be the same. It has to be the same. What you declare to them and to you, if your core cognition stands with that, that is chastity. His Divine Holiness says, I commit with all my disciples. I will be continuously available to you, whatever decisions I take, end of the day, it is just for that, making myself available as much as possible in every possible way to enrich my disciples and followers' life. Life is like a climbing the Mount Kailash. More and more and more and more and more and more. The more you climb, the more successful you will be going near Paramashiva. Mahadeva, one slip does not mean you have a free fall and be destroyed. No. Even if you slip, hold on to something. Get back. Constantly moving to the higher and higher and higher to manifest Paramashiva. To teach Paramashivatva, to experience Paramashivatva, to reach Paramashiva, to reach the ultimate goal of life, enlightenment. We all need to understand that even if you slip, it is not that you lost your chastity, but if you decide not to align back, you lost your chastity. As long as you are clear, you have to align back and march. You are chaste. In any relationship, this is the same principle. There is nothing separate. Chastity to Paramashiva and chastity to your spouse it's one and the same. Chastity your daughter, chastity to your son, and chastity to your guru, chastity to God, all are one and the same. It is simple, declared to them and to you. Then it comes to next question. Sometimes my chastity declaration to multiple people crisscrosses and create conflicts. What should I do? We need to understand the cosmic truth. If you don't have conflict, there cannot be conflict externally. There cannot be. Paramashivoham is an intensive 15-day awakening program event online to teach you the science of manifesting the ultimate consciousness in you. The sciences begins with discovering the Paramashiva in you and then getting established in this true identity by manifesting powers of Paramashiva. It is not just meditation program. It's pushing humanity to next level of consciousness, to the consciousness of Paramashiva, the ultimate super consciousness as per Hinduism. The avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, who has realized the state of super consciousness, is transmitting his experience of Paramashivoham via initiation. This program will change who you know as yourself, your very being, to make you radiate super consciousness. Paramashivoham exactly true translates to I am Paramashiva. This is the truth. Paramashiva is the ultimate consciousness, the source of all creation, the Karana, Karya, and Moola, the cause, effect, and source of all that we perceive and all that is unmanifest in our life. If you would like to register and attend this intensive online program, you can visit paramashivoham.org for more details. And if you would like to join, paramashivoham.org/join. You can visit this website and use this link, paramashivoham.org /join to join the program. Today, our Gurukul Balasans are offering the Uttamottama Seva to Paramashiva, and we are offering this Seva as a gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Guru, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Please stay tuned to watch this Uttamottama Seva and get the blessings of Paramashiva, His Divine Holiness. Thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda
The first offering at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Chaturveda. Devadevottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Chaturveda Priya Chaturvedam Avataraya. Rigveda. Hari Om. Agnimile purohitam yajnasya devam hitvijam hota aram ratnadatamam. Hari Om. Yajurveda. Hari Om. Isheto chetva vayavasto payapasta devo vastavita praptaya tushtettamaya karmane. Hari Om. Samaveda. Hari Om. Shanno Devi Rabishtaya Apo Bhavantu Pitaye Shayo Rabishravantu Naha. Hari Om. Atharva Veda. Hari Om. Agna Ayahi Pitaye Grihano Habhyadataye Nihota Sapsi Barhishi. Hari Om. The next offering at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Agama Shlokas. Devadevottama Devatastarvabhauma Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Agama Shloka Priya Agama Shlokam Avadarayat. Shri Bhagavan Vacha Ati Kautuhala Vishta Vichasya Tachudu Priye Yanme Netrantare Vahnet Yadvandritamannuttamam Tatsarvam Katayishyami Yoga Yuktyasu Priye Yatsarupam Nijam Shuddham Vyapakam Sarvabdomukam Sarvabhutantaravastam Sarvaprani Sujivanam Yogakam Durasadam Dushpapamakritatamabihi Jnanadishadagunayete Tatrastaha Prabhavantihi Savai Mahakriya Rupa Samstitaika Kriyamata Animadiguna Nashtau Karoti Vikaroti Sha Evam Mamecha Jnanakya Kriyakya Shakti Ruchate. The next offering at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Dravida Vedam. Devadevottama Devatastarvabhauma Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Sri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Dravida Veda Priya Dravida Vedam Avadarayat. மந்திரமாவது நீரு வானவர் மேலது நீரு சுந்தரமாவது நீரு துதிக்கப்படுவது நீரு தந்திரமாவது நீரு சமயத்தில் உள்ளது நீரு செந்துவர் வாயுமை பங்கன் திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரு திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரு வேதத்தில் உள்ளது நீரு வெண்துயர் தீர்ப்பது நீரு ஓதத்தகுவது நீரு உண்மையில் உள்ளது நீரு ஓதத்தகுவது நீரு உண்மை தவிர்ப்பது நீரு சீத புனல்வையில் சூண்ட திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரு திரு ஆலவாயன் திருநீரு வேயுரு தோழி பங்கன் விதமுண்ட கந்தன் மிக நல்ல வீணை கதவி மாசரு திங்கள் கங்கை முடிமேல நின்று என் உலமே புகுந்த அதனால் ஞாயிறு திங்கள் செவ்வாய் புதன் வியாழன் வெள்ளி சனி பாம்பிரண்டன் முதனே மாசரு நல்ல நல்ல அவை நல்ல நல்ல என் அடியாதவர்க்கு மிகவே. சிவா திருச்சிற்றம்பலம்.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
The next offering at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Stotra Seva. Devadevottama Devatastarvabhoma Akilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Stotra Priya Stotram Avadarayat.
ओम नमो भगवते सदाशिवाय सकलतत्त्वात्मकाय सर्वमन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वयन्त्राधिष्ठिताय सर्वतन्त्रस्वरूपाय सर्वतत्त्वविदुराय ब्रह्मरुद्रावतारिणे नीलकण्ठाय पार्वती मनोहराय सोमसूर्याग्निलोचनाय भस्मोद्धूलितविग्रहाय महामणिमुकुटधारणाय माणिक्यभूषणाय सृष्टिस्थितिप्रलयकालरौद्रावताराय दक्षाध्वरध्वंसकाय महाकालभेदनाय मूलाधारैकनिलयाय तत्त्वातीताय गंगाधराय सर्वदेवादिदेवाय सदाश्रयाय वेदान्तसाराय त्रिवर्गसाधनाय अनंतकोटि ब्रह्मांड नायकाय अनंत वासुकि तक्षक कारकोट शंख कुलिक पद्म महापद्मेति अष्टमहानाग कुलभूषणाय प्रणवस्वरूपाय चिदाकाशाय आकाशदिक्स्वरूपाय ग्रह नक्षत्र मारिने सकलाय कलंकरहिताय सकललोकैककर्तृ सकललोकैकभद्र सकललोकैक संहर्तृ सकललोकैक गुरवे सकललोकैक साक्षिणे सकल निगम गुह्याय सकल लोकैक वरप्रदाय सकल लोकैक शंकराय शशांक शेखराय शाश्वत निजावासाय निराभासाय निरामयाय निर्मलाय ನಿರ್ಮದಾಯ ನಿಶ್ಚಿಂತಾಯ ನಿರಹಂಕಾರಾಯ ನಿರಂಕುಶಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಕಲಂಕಾಯ ನಿರ್ಗುಣಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಕಾಮಾಯ ನಿರುಪಪ್ಲವಾಯ ನಿರುಪದ್ರವಾಯ ನಿರಾವಧ್ಯಾಯ ನಿರಂತರಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಕಾರಣಾಯ ನಿರಾಂತಕಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಪ್ರಪಂಚಾಯ ನಿಸ್ಸಂಗಾಯ ನಿರ್ದ್ವಂದ್ವಾಯ ನಿರಾಧಾರಾಯ ನಿರಾಗಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಕ್ರೋಧಾಯ ನಿರ್ಲೋಪಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಪಾಪಾಯ ನಿರ್ಭಯಾಯ ನಿರ್ವಿಕಲ್ಪಾಯ ನಿರ್ಭೇದಾಯ ನಿಷ್ಕ್ರಿಯಾಯ ನಿಸ್ತುಲಾಯ ನಿಶಂಶಯಾಯ ನಿರುಪವಿಭವಾಯ ನಿತ್ಯಶುದ್ಧ ಬುದ್ಧಿ ಪರಿಪೂರ್ಣ ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದಾತ್ಮಯಾಯ ಪರಮಶಾಂತ ಸ್ವರೂಪಾಯ ತೇಜೋರೂಪಾಯ ತೇಜೋಮಯಾಯ ಜಯ ಜಯ ರುದ್ರ ಮಹಾರೌದ್ರ ಭದ್ರಾವತಾರ ಮಹಾಭೈರವ ಕಾಲಭೈರವ ಕಲ್ಪಾಂತ ಭೈರವ ಕಪಾಲಮಾಲಾಧರ ಕಟ್ವಾಂಗ ಖಡ್ಗ ಚರ್ಮ ಪಾಶಾಂಕುಶ ಡಮರು ಶೂಲ ಚಾಪ ಬಾಣ ಗದಾ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಭಿಂಡಿಪಾಲ ತೋಮರ ಮುಸಲ ಮುದ್ಗರ ಪಾಶ ಪರಿಘ ಭುಷುಂಡಿ ಶಟಗ್ನಿ ಚಕ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಯುಧ ಭೀಷಣಕರ ಸಹಸ್ರಮುಖ ದಂಶ್ರಾಕರಾಲವದನ ವಿಕಟಾಟಹಾಸ ವಿಸ್ಫಾರಿತ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮಾಂಡ ಮಂಡಲ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಕುಂಡಲ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಹಾರ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ವಲಯ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಚರ್ಮಧರ ಮೃತ್ಯುಂಜಯ ತ್ರಯಂಬಕ ವಿಶ್ವರೂಪ ವಿರೂಪಾಕ್ಷ ವಿಶ್ವೇಶ್ವರ ವಿಷಭವಾಹನ ವಿಶ್ವಭೂಷಣ ವಿಶ್ವತೋಮುಖ ಸರ್ವತೋ ರಕ್ಷ ರಕ್ಷ ಮಾಂ ಜ್ವಲ ಜ್ವಲ ಮಹಾಮೃತ್ಯುಂ ಅಪಮೃತ್ಯುಂ ಭಯ ನಾಶಯ ನಾಶಯ ಚೋರ ಭಯಂ ಉತ್ಸಾದಯ ಉತ್ಸಾದಯ ವಿಷಸರ್ಪ ಭಯಂ ಸಮಯ ಸಮಯ ಚೋರಾನ್ ಮಾರಯ ಮಾರಯ ಮಮ ಶತ್ರುನ್ ಉಚ್ಚಾಟಯ ಉಚ್ಚಾಟಯ ತ್ರಿಶೂಲೇನ ವಿದಾರಯ ವಿದಾರಯ ಕುಠಾರೇನ ಭಿಂಡಿ ಭಿಂಡಿ ಖಡ್ವಾಂಗೇನ ವಿಪೋದಯ ವಿಪೋದಯ ಮುಸಲೇನ ನಿಷ್ಪೇಷಯ ನಿಷ್ಪೇಷಯ ಬಾಣೈಃ ಸಂತಾದಯ ಸಂತಾದಯ ರಕ್ಷಾಂಸಿ ಭೀಷಯ ಭೀಷಯ ಭೂತಾನಿ ವಿದ್ರಾವಯ ವಿದ್ರಾವಯ ಕೂಷ್ಮಾಂಡ ಮಾರೀಚ ಬೇತಾಲ ಬ್ರಹ್ಮರಾಕ್ಷಸ ಗಣಾನ್ ಸಂತಾದಯ ಸಂತಾದಯ ಮಾಂ ಅಭಯ ಕುರು ಕುರು ವಿತ್ರಸ್ತ್ವಂ ಮಾಂ ಆಶ್ವಾಸಯ ಆಶ್ವಾಸಯ ನರಕಭಯಾಂ ಮಾಂ ಉದ್ಧರ ಉದ್ಧರ ಸಂಜೀವಯ ಸಂಜೀವಯ ಶತ್ರುಭ್ಯಾಂ ಮಾಂ ಆಪ್ಯಾಯಯ ಆಪ್ಯಾಯಯ ದುಃಖಾತಿರಂ ಮಾಂ ಆನಂದಯ ಆನಂದಯ ಶಿವಕವಚೇನ ಮಾಂ ಆಚ್ಛಾಟಯ ಆಚ್ಛಾಟಯ ಮೃತ್ಯುಂಜಯ ತ್ರಯಂಬಕ ಸದಾಶಿವ ಪರಮಶಿವ ನಮಸ್ತೆ ನಮಸ್ತೆ.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
The next offering of the Uttamottama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva is the offering of the Nitya Seva. Devadevottama Devata Starbhabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Nitya Priya Nityam Avadharaya.
Kalpitamasanam Himajai Snanam Chattivya Nararatna Vibhushitam Mrigamada Moda Jati Champakat Bilva Patra Lachitam Pushpam Dhupam Tatha Deepam Deva Dayanidhe Pashupate Hritkalpitam Grhyata Hritkalpitam Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya. Namah Shivaya.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Offering of the Uttama Seva at the feet of Devi Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva is the offering of the Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana. Deva Devottama Devata Sarvabhauma Akhilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayaka Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Priyash Paramashiva Shakti Avishkarana Abadharaya Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam. My name is Manikya Brahmayogananda. I'm a Balasanta Nithyananda Gurukul and I'm 13 years old. I welcome all of you with my love and respects to today's Shakti Avishkarana. I'm going to be the host for today's Shakti Avishkarana, and today you will be witnessing the extraordinary Shakti of body scanning. Before that, let us begin with a small introduction about the source of all, Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. Today, an incarnation of Paramashiva walks among us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, reviving the ancient science of power manifestation from the Vedagamas. Vedagamas are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called the Shastra Pramana, which we will be looking into shortly. The knowledge and science of manifesting the Vedagama truths are transmitted through Diksha or initiation, which is the direct spiritual energy transfer. His Divine Holiness has initiated millions into the science of awakening the third eye. Agnya or third eye is the command center for the being to connect to the highest conscious state, divinity, Paramashiva himself. Through this communication, the human ability expands and expresses in the form of reading without two physical eyes, enchanted intuition, increased intelligence, ability to use all aspects of the brain's potential, many mystical powers, and numerous health benefits, including complete healing of the physical eyes, cancer, thyroid, diabetes, stress, etc. And today, we are not just going to be demonstrating or expressing a Shakti to you, but we are also going to be understanding how Shaktis, the manifestation of powers, is going to be a result of natural happening. As Swamiji says, manifestation of powers is not just limited to you. having a breakthrough in manifesting, but it is beautiful cognition happening inside of you. Now let's move on to the power today. Today you'll be witnessing an extraordinary power, which is the power of body scan. So with this, I would like to introduce a volunteer. Ma, would you like to introduce yourself?
Nithyanandam, this is Pallavi from Hyderabad. Nithyanandam, this is Pallavi from Hyderabad. I've been following Swamiji from the year 2018, November. I came in, I was watching Swamiji's videos on YouTube. That's how I visited Hyderabad Adinam. From then I have attended recently Paramashivoham, the first batch. Yeah, that's how, and I continue witnessing Swamiji's miracles, and me and my husband have seen lot of changes in ourselves. The awareness levels has been increased a lot. Yeah, thank you so much. That's it from my end.
Yes, now I'm going to be manifesting the power of body scanning.
Okay.
So let us all sit with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line and connect to Paramashiva by chanting the Mahavakya 3 times. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes. So, Paramashiva revealed to me that you get a lot of muscle pull in your whole body. A lot of places in your body gets muscle pull, especially the area in your thighs, and that's because you're not doing enough of exercise, and you have to more active.
दक्षसुयज्ञविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं कनकमहामणिविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम् कुङ्कुमचन्दनलेपितलिङ्गं पङ्कजहारसुशोभिशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं कुङ्कुमचन्दनलेपितलिङ्गं पङ्कजहारसुशोभितलिङ्गं सञ्चितपापविनाशनलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम् देवगणार्चितसेवितलिङ्गं भावैर्भक्तिभिः तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं दिनकरकोटिप्रभाकरलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम् अष्टदलोपरिवेष्टितलिङ्गं सर्वसमुद्भवकारणलिङ्गम् अष्टदरिद्रविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम् अष्टदलोपरिवेष्टितलिङ्गं सर्वसमुद्भवकारणलिङ्गम् अष्टदरिद्रविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम् सुरगुरुसुरवरपूजितलिङ्गं सुरवनपुष्पसदार्चितलिङ्गं परात्परं परमात्मकलिङ्गं परात्परं परमात्मकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं सुरगुरुसुरवरपूजितलिङ्गं सुरवनपुष्प
Nityanandam, Nityanandam, Nityanandam on the auspicious 9th day of the ongoing Kartika Deepa Brahmotsavam of Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva during the evening Utsavam. Now the gods and goddesses of Kailasa are going to grace the whole cosmos in the procession with the offering of our pranams at the feet of His Divine Holiness Swamiji. We will now be starting the procession on the evening Utsavam of the 9th day of Kartika Deepa Brahmotsavam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Om Rajadhirajaya Prasahya Sahine Namo Vayam Vai Shravanaya Kurmahe Same Kaman Kamakamaya Mahyam Kameshwaro Vai Shravano Dadatu Kuberaya Vai Shravanaya Maharajaya Namaha. Om Gananānva Ganapatigam Havamahe Kavim Kavinam Upamashravastamam Jyeshtarajam Brahmanam Brahmanaspata Anashrinvan Utibhisvida Sadanam. Om Shri Mahaganapataye Namaha. Prano Devi Saraswati Vajebhirvajinivati Dhinam Avityavatu Saraswatyai Namaha. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Harihi Om. Shri Kanto Matulo Yasya Janani Sarvamangala Janaka Shankaro Devastam Vande Kunjarananam. Yashivo Nama Rupabhyam Ya Devi Sarvamangala Tayos Samsmaranat Pumsam Sarvato Jayamangalam. Sarvato Jayamangalam. Sarvato Jayamangalam. Ya Devi Suyate Nityam Vibudhair Veda Paragaihi Same Vasato Jihvagre Brahma Rupa Saraswati Apadamauli Paryantam Dhyayet Shri Guru Rupakam Tena Vignah Pranashyanti Siddhyanti Cha Manorathaha. Om Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavadvaryama Shanna Indro Brihaspatihi Shanno Vishnurukramaha. Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahma vadishyami Ritam vadishyami Satyam vadishyami Tanmamavatu Tadvaktaramavatu Avatu mam Avatu vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Shanno Mitrasham Varunaha Shanno Bhavatvaryama Shanna Indro Brihaspatihi Shanno Vishnurukramaha. Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmavadisham Ritamavadisham Satyamavadisham Tanmamavite Tadvaktaramavite Avinmam आवीत् वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ सहनाववतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ नमो वाचे याचोदिताया चानुदिता तस्यै वाचे नमो नमो वाचे नमो वाचस्पतये नमर्षिभ्यो मन्त्रकृद्भ्यो मन्त्रपतिभ्यो मामामृषयो मन्त्रकृतो मन्त्रपतयः परा दुर्माहमृषीन् मन्त्रकृतो मन्त्रपतीन् परादां वैश्वदेवीं वाचमुद्यासकम् शिवामदस्तान् जुष्टान् देवेभ्यः शर्म मेद्यौ शर्म पृथिवी शर्म विश्वमिदं जगत् शर्म चन्द्रश्च सूर्यश्च शर्म ब्रह्म प्रजापति भूतं वदिष्ये भुवनं वदिष्ये तेजो वदिष्ये यशो वदिष्ये तपो वदिष्ये ब्रह्म वदिष्ये सत्यं वदिष्ये तस्मा अहमिदमुपस्तरणं मे प्रजायै पशूनां भूयासं प्राणापानौ मृत्योर्मापातं प्राणापानौ मामाहादिष्टं मधुमनिष्ये मधुजनिष्ये मधुवक्ष्यामि मधुवदिष्यामि मधुमतीन् देवेभ्यो वाचमुद्यासकं शिवामदस्तान् जुष्टान् देवेभ्यः शर्म मेद्यौ शर्म पृथिवी शर्म विश्वमिदं जगत् शर्म चन्द्रश्च सूर्यश्च शर्म ब्रह्म प्रजापति भूतं वदिष्ये भुवनं वदिष्ये तेजो वदिष्ये यशो वदिष्ये तपो वदिष्ये ब्रह्म वदिष्ये सत्यं वदिष्ये तस्मा अहमिदमुपस्तरणं मे प्रजायै पशूनां भूयासं प्राणापानौ मृत्योर्मापातं प्राणापानौ मामाहासिष्टं मधुमनिष्ये मधुजनिष्ये मधुवक्ष्यामि मधुवदिष्यामि मधुमतीन् देवेभ्यो वाचमुद्यासकं शुश्रूषेण्यां मनुष्येभ्यस्तं मा देवा अवन्तु शोभायै पितरोऽनुमदन्तु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ तच्छंयोरावृणीमहे गातुं यज्ञाय गातुं यज्ञपतये दैवी स्वस्तिरस्तु नः स्वस्तिर्मानुषेभ्यः ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजम् शन्नो अस्तु द्विपदे शञ्चतुष्पदे ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ भद्रं कर्णेभिः शृणुयाम देवाः भद्रं पश्येमाक्षभिर्यजत्राः स्थिरैरङ्गैः स्तुष्टुवागुंसस्तनूभिः व्यशेम देवहितं यदायुः स्वस्ति न इन्द्रो वृद्धश्रवाः स्वस्ति नः पूषा विश्ववेदाः स्वस्ति नस्तार्क्ष्यो अरिष्टनेमिः स्वस्ति नो बृहस्पतिर्दधातु ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ सहस्रशीर्षा पुरुषः सहस्राक्षः सहस्रपात् स भूमिं विश्वतो वृत्वा अत्यतिष्ठद्दशाङ्गुलम् पुरुष ये वेदगं सर्वं यद्भूतं यच्च भव्यम् उतामृतत्वस्येशानः यदन्नेनातिरोहति एतावानस्य महिमा अतो पादोऽस्य विश्वाभूतानि त्रिपादस्यामृतं दिवि त्रिपादूर्ध्वमुदैत्पुरुषः पादोऽस्येहा भवात् पुनः ततो विश्वं व्यक्रामत् शासनानशने अभि तस्मात् विराडजायत विराजो अधिपूरुषः स जातो अत्यरिच्यत पश्चाद्भूमिमतो पुरः यत्पुरुषेण हविषा देवा यज्ञमतन्वत वसन्तो अस्यासीदाज्यम् ग्रीष्मयुध्मः शरद्धविः सप्तास्यासन् परिधयः त्रिसप्तसमिधः कृताः देवा यद्यज्ञन्तन्वानाः अबध्नन् पुरुषं पशुं तं यज्ञं बर्हिषि प्रोक्षन् पुरुषं जातमग्रतः तेन देवा अयजन्त साध्यार्षयश्च ये तस्माद्यज्ञात् सर्वहुतः ऋचः सामानि जज्ञिरे छन्दागंसि जज्ञिरे तस्माज्जाता अजावयः यत्पुरुषं व्यदधुः कतिधा व्यकल्पयन् मुखं किमस्य कौ बाहू कावूरूपादावुच्येते ब्राह्मणोऽस्य मुखमासीत् बाहुराजन्यः कृतः ऊरू तदस्य यद्वैश्यः पद्भ्यागं शूद्रो अजायत चन्द्रमा मनसो जातः चक्षुः अजायत मुखादिन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत नाभ्या आसीदन्तरिक्षम् शीर्ष्णोद्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भूमिर्दिशश्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागम् अकल्पयन् वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसस्तु पारे सर्वाणि रूपाणि विचित्य धीरः नामानि कृत्वाभिवदन् यदास्ते धाता पुरस्ताद्यमुदा जहार शक्रः प्रविद्वान् प्रदिशश्च तस्रः तमेवं विद्वानमृत इह भवति नान्यः पन्था अयनाय विद्यते यज्ञेन यज्ञमयजन्त देवाः तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् ते हनाकं महिमानः सचन्ते यत्र पूर्वे साध्याः सन्ति देवाः अध्यः सम्भूतः पृथिव्यैरसाच्च विश्वकर्मणः समवर्तताधि तस्य त्वष्टा विदधद्रूपमेति तत्पुरुषस्य विश्वमाजानमग्रे वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् ॐ कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। सर्वाभ्यो देवताभ्यो नमो नमः। सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षान् धारयामि। मङ्गलं कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलं ज्ञानदायिने सदाशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलं परावतार नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम्।
सर्वसुगन्धिसुलेपितलिङ्गं बुद्धिविवर्धनकारणलिङ्गं सिद्धसुरासुरवन्दितलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गं सर्वसुगन्धिसुलेपितलिङ्गं बुद्धिविवर्धनकारणलिङ्गं सिद्धसुरासुरवन्दितलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम।
I am as old as sun, as new as sunrise. The various incarnations happened, gave a breakthrough to consciousness and gave opening to the next level, my responsibility is to introduce new consciousness which manifests powers of Sadashiva. As Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada, the oldest apex body of Hinduism, I welcome every one of you. I have experienced Sadashiva in his completion, and he has empowered me to transmit that experience to all of you. It's my commitment to all of you. I'll make you experience and manifest Sadashivatva, powers and state and space of Sadashiva. When you manifest powers, naturally the state of Sadashiva and space of Sadashiva starts manifesting in you. More power manifestation, more integrity, more unclutching, more nirvikalpa samadhi, more joy, more restful awareness, more responsibilism, more enrich, more bliss. This tradition has a capacity to retain its authenticity and originality. My purpose is to make this statement to the world: Hinduism is real. Ideas move from mind to mind. Energy moves from space to space. Cognitions move from body to body. That is why even Sadashiva needs a body. He assumed the body because he needs body to transmit these cognitions to you. Whatever I am doing is reviving the original science as expressed in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Vedas and Agamas of the Hindu tradition. Given by Sadashiva, received by Devi, adopted by Vishnu to run this universe is Agama. Agamas insist on us serving beyond our frame. Whatever experience, anubhuti I had by my Guru's grace, Atma Pramana, I do acid wash with Shastra Pramana, Apta Pramana, the ancient masters' experiences. Whatever finally stands, I share it with the world as Sakshi Pramana. I welcome everyone for the grand feast of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Let us go on contributing. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own
Nithyanandam, everyone. Nithyanandam and welcome. I'd like to welcome everyone to today's celebration of Hindu Heritage Month. Let us begin with a short Sanskrit invocation to request the blessings of the superconscious source to be with us here today. Please close your eyes. Bring your awareness to your breathing. Breathe as slowly and deeply as you can, and connect to a deep sense of gratitude. Nithyanandam Paramasukaram Kevalam Jnanamurtyam Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunaraitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome everyone with my love and respects and the auspicious blessings of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Welcome everyone to KAILASA Toronto's Hindu Heritage Month celebrations. My name is Sri Nithyananda. I'm an initiated disciple of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and I was blessed to be initiated into the path of sannyas as a Krama Brahmachari in 2015. I've been blessed to have been a follower of Swamiji since 2008. And previous to entering into the monastic life of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, I studied and worked as a computer engineering technologist and elementary school teacher in Canada and around the world. I'd like today to welcome everyone to this unique celebration of Hinduism and Vedic culture in Canada. The history, knowledge, and unique spiritual sciences of Sanatana Hindu Dharma make it powerfully positioned as the only civilization possessing time-tested, proven solutions to all of the pandemics and problems facing humanity today. Youth diabetes, depression, suicide, and drug abuse are just a few of the major challenges facing human societies today. The fact that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the only living civilization of more than 5,000 years is no accident. It is indeed a shocking indication of spiritual power. And moreover, the need of humanity today to get real, lasting, proven solutions to real global problems. One of the unique contributions of Hinduism is the spiritual knowledge, the science of manifesting superconsciousness, the source of all life and intelligence, as a living experience in our daily life. It's a science of Vedas and Agamas, not an accident or a mistake. The living deity, Archavatara, and living enlightened Guru, Nijavatara, are mainstays and pillars of the world's longest lasting and only surviving ancient civilization, Hinduism. We gather here today in celebration of life, as is the Hindu way, and begin by joining in celebration with our great Hindu temples and Hindu leaders. The element of fire, the Agni, if it's invoked with devotion, that Agni fire can be the link between the spiritual energy and our physical body. Indeed, the great rituals of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the science of spirituality, the science of manifesting spiritual consciousness, the science of manifesting living deities through the physical body is one of the great contributions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. The great homas, yajnas, even daily puja and arti, we connect to the spiritual energy through the Agni itself. So the Agni, the energized Agni, the flame, the fire element, if used properly, can be a connection to energize our own physical bodies with the spiritual energy itself. So let us begin today's events by entering into the Garbha Mandir, the Sanctum Sanctorum of KAILASA's Nithyanandeshwara Hindu Temple in Toronto, and offering our gratitude and arti to Lord Ganesha, and request the auspicious blessings of all the living deities. Followed by 10:30 a.m. Discussion with Hindu leaders and parliamentarians, how to preserve Hindu heritage in Canada. And if there's time after that, we'll quickly move into the Good God Country video documentary, and then satsang with His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and closing remarks, distribution of online links for Hindu source books, post-event survey. So what I'd like to do now is just share some of the contributions from KAILASA, Toronto. So KAILASA Toronto's Nithyananda Meditation Academy started Canadian roots in 2006. For the past 13 years, it has expanded its reach from the East Coast to the West Coast, with main service centers now in Montreal, Ottawa, Toronto, Calgary, and Vancouver. Nithyananda Meditation Academy's contribution to Canadian society has been a revival of both authentic Hinduism and providing humanitarian services. KAILASA's Toronto Temple was established in 2011 to bring back the authentic Hindu practices for the larger Hindu population in Toronto. As a part of our outreach initiatives, we have enriched thousands of Canadians with mental, physical, social, and spiritual well-being. The social impact results in reduced poverty, along with increased life positivity, as well as alleviating human suffering and fostering peace and fulfillment for everyone, irrespective of nationality, religion, race, gender, or economic status. And even during this COVID pandemic, KAILASA Toronto has continued all outreach services with free online programs to provide spiritual healing and mental health solutions through empowerment for women, youth workshops, free online yoga, pujas, wealth counseling, family and relationship programs, and spiritual healing, as well as personalized pranayama and breathing techniques to provide healing for seniors. And due to the unprecedented need of the community at this time, KAILASA's Toronto Temple has also paid special attention to supporting local food banks. Today is another milestone for KAILASA Toronto. Today, we have been blessed to bring together 30 total Hindu organizations to work together for the common goal of preserving authentic Hinduism for the generations to come. Today's online event is just the start of many collaborative works to come. More than 500,000 Hindus today call Canada their home, and all of us have the great possibility and responsibility to keep the eternal sciences, the ultimate spiritual possibilities for humanity alive, the great future for Sanatana Hindu Dharma in Canada. So with this, just like to take a quick look at the few of the temples joining us today. So we have several video relays shared from 10 of the temples joining us today for our Hindu Heritage Month celebrations. So these temples include the Sri Varashiti Vinayaka Temple in Scarborough, the Sri Shiva Satyanarayana Swami Temple in Mississauga, the Sri Katpaga Vinayaka Temple in Brampton, the Bhuvaneshwari Aman Temple in Brampton, the Sri Nagabhushani Aman Temple in Scarborough, the Sri Selva Vinayaka Temple in Scarborough, the Grand Prairie Hindu Temple in Alberta, the Kannada Kanta Swami Temple in Scarborough, the Sri Shiva Vishnu Temple in North York, and the Sri Nallur Kanta Swami Temple in Scarborough. So we're blessed on this day of celebrating Hindu Heritage Month in Canada. Now by having darshan of the various deities. So as we know, one of the unique contributions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma is the ability to manifest the spiritual conscious source in the physical form and have that be a benefit to our physical bodies. So taking the source of life, the source of consciousness, and the source of intelligence, how do we take that, use that, make that available to our physical body? This through the process of prana pratishta, of installing that superconscious energy in a physical deity, is one of the unique contributions of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. literally manifesting the source and purpose of life in the physical form on the planet Earth. This is also the grand narrative of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, is that time and time again, the superconsciousness lands in physical form to raise the collective consciousness of the humanity. This is the state and space of humanity today, requiring that conscious boost for all of humanity to raise out of not only the emergency condition that many are experiencing these days during coronavirus, but many other afflictions that the society and human civilization is struggling with. Sanatana Hindu Dharma is uniquely positioned as the only civilization that was alive 5,000 years ago and is still alive today. The only living ancient civilization. This civilization was sustained and maintained upon the ability to use the superconscious source of life to liberate humans. This happened predominantly through the manifestation of superconsciousness in the form of a deity, requesting the living being to manifest itself through the physical form in the form of a deity in a temple. And the manifestation of superconsciousness itself through a human body in the form of the enlightened guru. So now, let us enjoy in the space of gratitude and unclutching the blessings and darshan of the various temples, deities, and presentation of this enlightenment ecosystem of Sanatana Hindu Dharma from around various places in Canada and elsewhere in celebration together, in solidarity for today's celebration of Hindu Heritage Month. Let us receive the blessings of the various deities and superconscious ecosystems.
தலைப்பு ஆலயம் செல்வது சாலவும் நன்று. அதாவது ஆலயம் தோன்றுவது சாலவும் நன்று என்கின்ற பழமொழியை எடுத்து சொல்லுங்கள். நம்மளுடைய ஆலயம் மிகவும் அறிவியல் பூர்வமான சார்ந்த ஒரு இடமாக இருக்கிறது. அங்கு வழிபடக்கூடிய நவக்கிரக தேவதைகளாக இருக்கட்டும், விளக்கு ஏற்றுவதாக இருக்கட்டும், அர்ச்சனை செய்வது, மந்திரம் சொல்வது, தேவாரம் சொல்வது, இதை கேட்பது, திருநீறு பூசிக்கொள்வது, இந்த மாதிரி எல்லா விஷயங்களும் மிகவும் தேகத்திற்கும் மனதிற்கும் பலம் தரக்கூடியது என்று நாம் நம்முடைய எதிர்கால சந்ததியர்களுக்கு சொல்லிக் கொடுத்து வந்தால் அவர்கள் தீவிரமாக இந்த பாரம்பரியத்தை கடைபிடித்துக் கொண்டு இனி வழி வழியாக நமது சந்ததிகள் இந்த மாதிரியான புலம்பெயர்ந்த ஊர்களிலோ அந்த மாதிரி வேலைக்காக செல்லக்கூடிய வெளிநாட்டிலோ இருந்தாலும் அவர்கள் நம்ம எந்த ஊருக்கு இருந்து வந்தோமோ அந்த மாதிரியான ஒரு ஊர்ல இருக்கிற மாதிரி ஒரு சூழ்நிலை எங்கெல்லாம் அமையும். அதனால இந்த பாரம்பரியமான இந்த மாதத்தில் அனைவருக்கும் இந்த ஹிந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் மத்தினுடைய வாழ்த்துக்களை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறோம். நான் சந்திரசேகர குருக்கள், இந்த ஆலயத்தில் பிரதான அர்ச்சகராக இருக்கிறேன். விசிசாகா நகரில் இருக்கக்கூடிய சிவசத்யநாராயண சுவாமி ஆலயம். நமஸ்காரம்.
விநாயக பெருமான் மெய்யன்பர்களே, பிரம்டன் அருள்மிகு ஸ்ரீ கற்பக விநாயகர் ஆலயம் இலக்கம் 200 அட்வான்ஸ் புலவாட்டில் அமைந்திருக்கின்ற திருக்கோயிலில் இருந்து ஆலய தர்மத்தா விஜயநாதன் உங்களிடம் பேசிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றேன். இன்றைய தினம் இந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் நிறுவனத்திற்கும் இன்றைய ஒவ்வொரு ஆண்டிலும் கொண்டாடி கொண்டிருக்கின்றார்கள். இன்று அவர்களோடு நாங்களும் இணைவதில் ஆலய சார்பில் ஒரு பெரும் மகிழ்ச்சியை அடைந்திருக்கின்றோம். இந்த ஆலயம் 1999 ஜூன் மாதம் ஆனி உத்தரத்தில் கும்பாபிஷேகம் பண்ணப்பட்டது. பின்பு தம்ப பிரதிஷ்டை இடம்பெறுவதற்கு 2009 பங்குனி திருவோண நட்சத்திரத்தில் கும்பாபிஷேகம் செய்யப்பட்டது. இந்த ஆலயத்தில் உங்களுக்கு எல்லோருக்கும் நன்றாகவே தெரியும், எல்லா விழாக்களும் சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று விநாயக பெருமானின் 25 நாள் மகோத்சவம் மற்றும் நாராயண பெருமானின் பொன்னாலை ஸ்ரீ வரதராஜ பெருமாள் ஆலய பட்சமாக ஆவணி ரோபிணி திருநாளை தேர்திருவிழாவாக வைத்தும் முருகப்பெருமானின் ஆடிவேல் விழாவை கனடாவில் முதலில் ஆரம்பித்து ஒவ்வொரு வருடமும் தங்கரதம், காவடி ரதம், வெள்ளி ரதம் என்று சிறப்பாக நடாத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த நிலையில் இந்த ஹிந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் என்று நாங்கள் இணைவதில் மிக்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைவதோடு மேலும் மேலும் அவர்களுடைய ஒவ்வொரு வருடமும் மிக சிறப்பாக நடைபெற வேண்டும் என்று எல்லாம் வல்ல கற்பக விநாயகர் பெருமானை வேண்டியிருக்கின்றோம். நன்றி.
ஓம் சக்தி. நமஸ்காரம். என் பேர் கந்தசுவாமி குருக்கள். ஸ்ரீ நாகபூஷ்ணம்பிகா சமேத நாகலிங்கேஸ்வர சுவாமி திருக்கோவில் 1830 எல்ஸ்மீர் ரோட், டொரண்டோவில் அமைஞ்சிருக்குது. அம்பாள் இது இப்போ 96லேருந்து துவங்கி ரொம்ப விசேஷமாக நிறைய பூஜைகள்லாம் நடைபெற்று இந்த கோவில்னால நிறைய பக்தர்கள்லாம் பலனடைஞ்சிருக்காங்க. ஒவ்வொரு திருவிழா காலங்கள்லையும், ஆனி மாதங்கள் நடக்கக்கூடிய திருவிழா காலங்களையும், மற்ற மாதங்கள் நடக்கக்கூடிய திருவிழா காலங்களையும் எல்லா இடத்துலேருந்தும் பக்தர்கள்லாம் வந்து அம்பாளை தரிசித்து அம்பாளுடைய பலங்கள்லாம் நிறைய அடைஞ்சிருக்காங்க. இந்த ஹிந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் ப்ரோக்ராம் வருஷம் நடக்கிறதுக்கு நம்ம இந்து மதத்துக்குன்னு ஒரு நடக்கக்கூடிய இந்த ப்ரோக்ராம் எப்பவுமே நிறைய நடந்துட்டு இன்னும் க்ஷேமமாக இதனால நிறைய பலன்கள் நம்ம இந்து மதத்துக்கு நிறைய கிடைக்கணும்னு வேண்டிக்கிறோம். நாகபூஷ்ணம்பிகா சமேத நாகலிங்கேஸ்வரனுடைய சுவாமியினுடைய அனுகிரகம் கண்டிப்பாக எல்லா பக்த கோடிகளுக்கும் கிடைச்சி எல்லாரும் வந்து அம்பாளை தரிசிச்சுட்டு டொரண்டோவில் வரும்போது கனடாவில் எல்லாரும் அம்பாள் வந்து தரிசிச்சுட்டு அம்பாளுடைய அனுகிரகத்தை பெறணும்னு வேண்டிக்கிறேன். எல்லாரும் அம்பாள் இந்த வீடியோனுடைய பலன் பிரகாரம் சந்தோஷம் அடைஞ்சி எல்லாரும் இந்த வருஷத்துலேருந்து இருக்கக்கூடிய துன்பங்கள்லேருந்தெல்லாம் விலகி எல்லா நன்மைகளும் வரணும்னு இந்த ஹிந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் ப்ரோக்ராம் அடிக்கடிக்கு இது மாதிரியா வருஷத்தில் ஒரு வருஷத்துல ஒரு வாட்டி நடக்கிறது போய் மாசங்கள் நடந்து நிறைய மக்களுக்கு நிறைய பலன்கள் வரணும்னு வேண்டிப்போம். ஓம் சக்தி. நமஸ்காரம்.
அனைத்து இந்து மக்களுக்கும் இந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் ஃபண்ட் வாழ்த்துக்கள். கணபதீஸ்வரம் அருள்மிகு ஸ்ரீ செல்வ விநாயகர் ஆலயம் 3411 மெக்னிக்கல் அவென்யூ, டொரண்டோவிலே அமைய பெற்றுள்ளது. அனைத்து இந்து மக்களுக்கும் கணபதீஸ்வரம் செல்வ விநாயகர் பெருமான் இந்த ஆலயத்திலே இருந்து அருள் பாலித்து வருகின்றார். இந்த ஆலயம் கடந்த 2011ஆம் ஆண்டு தொடக்கம் அமையப்பெற்று பல இந்து மக்களுக்கு விநாயகர் பெருமானுடைய திருவருள் கிடைக்கவும், அடியார்களுக்கு இந்து மதத்தின் தத்துவங்களை அறிந்து கொள்ளவும் வழிவகை செய்து வருகின்றது. அந்த வகையிலே ஆலயத்திலே வார உற்சவம், மாத உற்சவம், வருடாந்த உற்சவம் என்கின்ற சிறப்பு உற்சவங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு வருடமும் சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. வருடந்தோறும் ஜூன் மாத இறுதியிலும் ஜூலை மாத முதல் வாரத்தையும் கொண்டு வருடாந்த மகோத்சவ பெருவிழா 15 தினங்கள் சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. வருடந்தோறும் இந்து மக்கள் கிட்டத்தட்ட 50,000க்கு மேலான மக்கள் ஆலயத்திற்கு வருகை தந்து வழிபாடாற்றி செல்கின்றார்கள். அத்தோடு மட்டுமல்லாமல் 5 வயது முதல் 15 வயது வரையிலான சிறார்களுக்கு ஆலயத்திலே வாரந்தோறும் நமது தாய்மொழியான் தமிழ் மொழியும் இந்து சமய வகுப்புகளும் ஆலயத்திலே இலவசமாக சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. பல சிறார்கள் இந்த வகுப்பிலே கலந்து நன்மை அடைகின்றார்கள். தேவார திருவாசங்களை கற்றல், இந்து சமயத்தின் தத்துவங்களை அறிந்து கொள்ளுதல் என்கின்ற வகையிலே இந்த வகுப்புகள் நடைபெற்று சிறார்களுக்கு வழிகாட்டலாக நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. இந்த மாதம் கனடிய அரசாங்கத்தினாலே இந்து மக்களுக்காக இந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் மந்தாக அறிவிக்கப்பட்டு பல வருடங்களாக இந்த நிகழ்வு சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று வருகின்றது. அந்த வகையிலே இந்த மாதம் இந்துக்களுடைய இந்து மத ஹெரிட்டேஜ் மந்தாக இந்த வருடமும் கொண்டாடப்படுகின்றது. ஆகவே உலகெங்கிலும் காணுகின்ற இந்துக்கள் அனைவரும் சர்வ செல்வயோகமிக்க பெருவாழ்வு வாழ்வதோடு இந்த இந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் மந்த் ஒவ்வொரு வருடமும் சிறப்பாக கொண்டாடப்பட வேண்டும் என்றும் இதிலே அனைத்து இன மத மொழி மக்களும் இந்து மக்களும் இணைந்து இந்த ஹெரிட்டேஜ் மந்திலே விழாவாக கொண்டாட வேண்டும் என்றும் தொடர்ந்து இந்த நிகழ்வை இந்த அமைப்பாளர்கள் செய்து இந்து மக்களுக்கு நல் வழிகாட்டியாக அமைய வேண்டும் என்றும் அவர்களுக்கும் வாழ்த்துக்களை கூறி அமைகின்றேன். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
சரவணபவன் அருள்மிகு கனடா கந்த பெருமானுடைய ஆலயத்திலே இருந்து வழங்கி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். 1991ஆம் ஆண்டு கனடாவிலே டொரண்டோவிலே கனடா கந்த பெருமான் என்று நாமத்தோடு இந்த ஆலயம் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டு 29வது ஆண்டு காலடியிலே நாங்கள் இதை நடாத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். 733 பேர்ச்மவுண்ட் வீதியிலே எங்களுடைய நிரந்தரமான இந்த இடத்திலே முருகப்பெருமானுடைய ஆலயம் அளவுற ஆகம விதிப்படி கருங்கல்லாலே இந்த ஆலயம் ஆரம்பிக்கப்பட்டு மிகவும் சிறப்பாக பூஜைகள் வழிபாடுகள் போன்றவை எல்லாம் நடைபெற்று கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. பக்தர்கள் எல்லாம் வந்து விசாலமாக வழிபடக்கூடிய முறையிலே இந்த ஆலயம் அமைக்கப்பட்டிருக்கின்றது. ஆகவே எல்லா அடியார்களும் வருகதந்து முருகப்பெருமானுடைய இந்த ஆலயத்திலே வழிபாடு செய்து எல்லாம் வெல்ல கனடா கந்த பெருமானுடைய திருவருளை நீங்கள் பரிபூரணமாக பெற்று மண்ணில் நல்ல வண்ணம் சகல செல்வ யோக பெருவாழ்வு வாழ வேண்டும் என்று முருகப்பெருமானை பிரார்த்தித்து வாழ்த்தி வழங்குகின்றோம். நன்றி, வணக்கம்.
சொல்லுக்கு முருகா உங்கள் அருளன்றி உலகிலே பொருளேது முருகா அழகென்ற சொல்லுக்கு முருகா உந்தன் அருளன்றி உலகிலே பொருளேது முருகா அழகென்ற சொல்லுக்கு முருகா தமிழ் தந்த செல்வமே முருகா அழகென்ற சொல்லுக்கு முருகா ஆண்டியாய் நின்ற வேல் முருகா உன்னை அண்டினோர் வாழ்விலே இன்பமே முருகா பழம் உன்னை அல்லாது பழமேது முருகா
Yes. Tremendous. What an excellent and rare opportunity to have so many darshans at once from so many energized deities. The only civilization, once again, the only living ancient civilization, the civilization that thrives on manifesting divinity through each and every one of us, and is set up specifically to provide ultimate life solutions in every aspect for every member of society. So let us now turn our focus towards the future of Hinduism. Hinduism has an exemplary past, no doubt, the only civilization to be living more than 5,000 years ago and still living today. A unique and important point as a unique guide to the entire world, seeking elusive solutions amongst the mass confusion of coronavirus today, needing not just a band-aid solution, but a proven solution. Humans need a proven solution and a framework to guide the entire human civilization. So let us take a glimpse into the possible Hindu future in Canada with a visit to our youth panel for our celebration of Hindu Heritage Month today, and an insight to the need to support the youth of Canada today with the time-tested solutions of the world's longest living civilization, Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Nithyananda Matanaya, welcome. Please go ahead.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Can thumbs up? Awesome. All right, welcome everyone. Nithyanandam. My name is Madan Nithyanandan. I'm actually a proud disciple of His Holiness Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam and a practicing Hindu. So I would love to welcome everyone that is going to be participating in this youth panel discussion regarding Hinduism, as well as the adults that will be providing color commentary to this panel. So thank you, everyone. And as mentioned, it is going to be a good discussion. Like, we have kids from range of 8 years to 15 years. Some of the kids have learned Hinduism through gurus, and some of them have learned Hinduism through their parents and through their grandparents. So we're going to get a different perspective of what all these kids see as Hinduism and how they practice Hinduism, as well as some of their festivals that they enjoy and look forward to as Hindus. And the adults that will be participating in this session will also be kind of seeing how they, as adults in the Canadian workforce, bring the Hindu human values into their workforce in being adults. So let me get started. So we have 9 youth kids on the panel and 4 adults. So I'll start off by introducing the 9 kids, and then I'll move over to introducing the 4 adults that are on the panel. So with no random order of age. So our first, I'll introduce them. So the order would be, I'll introduce the names, introduce the adult panelists, and then after that, each and every one of the kids will introduce themselves and talk about the 3 topics that we're going to be discussing. One of them is, what is Hinduism to them? The second question would be, how do you practice Hinduism in your day-to-day life? And the third question is, what is your favorite Hindu festival and why? So that is the topic of discussion for the kids. So I would like to introduce the kids. Our first panelist is Vahe Abhimanyu. Vahe Abhimanyu, if you can unmute and introduce yourself and.
Okay. My name is Vahe Abhimanyu. I am 11 years old and I'm in grade 6. I go to Highland Creek Public School. What is Hinduism? Hinduism is a religion that many people believe in. My understanding of Hinduism is that there are many different gods and each god has its own purpose. For example, Saraswati is the goddess of education, and on the Saraswati Puja or any day we pray to her for a good education. I also learned Hinduism from my grandparents and seeing them pray every day. How do I practice Hinduism? I practice Hinduism by praying every day, morning and night. When I pray, I ring a bell and I listen to the peaceful sound that it makes. Before COVID, I went to the temple every Friday and I prayed to God. We also do archanas or pujas, which is when we pray for a certain reason and when we pray for others. I also do bhajana with my mom, and she sings songs and I repeat it. We do this in our prayer room. What is my favorite Hindu festival and why I enjoy it? My favorite Hindu festival is the Naina Devater. This festival is in June and it lasts 15 days. After school in the night, I go to the temple and I pray to the Nahama, the snake goddess. During the last few days of this festival is the boat festival. This festival takes place in the night. My favorite part of this festival is that there are lots of beautiful lights, and in the night it really stands out. We put the god on a boat and we pray. I also like that during this festival we get different snacks and food. And since this festival is in the summer, we get drinks. That is my favorite festival and why I enjoy it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Vahe. Very nice discussion. We move on to the next panelist, who is it's Raghavi Jnanachandran. So if you can unmute and discuss the 3 topics.
Vanakkam, my name is Raghavi Jnanachandran and I'm a grade 11 student who I currently go to Durham Online Virtual School. So what is Hinduism to me? As being followers of Lord Murugan and Shivan, Saiva Samayam is a combination of life and philosophies, a nature where Lord Shivan is the supreme god and Lord Murugan is our ancestor. At this time, I would also like to mention we also respect and pray to Ravaneshwaran Ravana, as he is our ancestor, a great king and devotee of Lord Shivan. How do I practice Hinduism? We practice our religion in many ways. When there is an occasion, we follow the rituals like offering special dishes to God, chant Tamil mantrams called Theravadams, and do prayers with flowers. On a daily basis in the morning, we make sure to wear the holy ash called Tirunuru along with Santanam Kumkumam to honor Lord Shiva. As my dad follows Swami Raghavendra, we also believe and pray in him and as a great guide. What is my favorite religious holiday? My favorite celebration is Thaipusam. The festival is celebrated in honor of Lord Murugan, the destroyer of evil who represents virtue, youth, and power. It is a festival celebrated by the Tamil community on the full moon in the Tamil month of Thai, usually coinciding with Pushya star, also known as Pusam in Tamil. It is celebrated with Lord Murugan's veil, spear, and kavadi. Thank you for the opportunity to listen to me.
Thank you, Raghavi. Our next panelist is Anupriya Nithyanandan. Anupriya, if you can please unmute and discuss your topics.
Good morning, everybody. My humble pronounce to the lotus feet of Swami Sathya Sai Baba and Swami Nithyananda. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Anupriya Nithyananda. I am 8 years old. I am in 3rd grade. I am in North Bendel Junior Public School. I'm here to talk about what Hinduism is. What is Hinduism? Hinduism is one of the oldest religions in the world, and it is a way of life. Hindus believe that God is in every one of us. Also, Hindus should learn these 5 human values that are Satya, which is truth, Dharma, which is right conduct, Prema, which is love, Shanti, which is peace, and Ahimsa, which is non-violence. These are the 5 human values that I myself and everyone should learn. Also, Hindus believe in karma. Karma is action. You have to see good, do good, and hear good. And this is the way to God. How do you practice Hinduism? I practice Hinduism by getting up in the morning, having a bath, going to the prayer room and praying. And also I do my Gayatri mantras. On special days, I sit with my family, do a stotram, do a pada puja to Sathya Sai Baba, and sing bhajans. What Hindu festival do I like and why? My favorite Hindu festival is Diwali. I like Diwali because it's a festival of light and it removes all the darkness. The reason why I like it is I take bath in oil, get new clothes, get gifts, eat sweets, light lamp, and evening time we do fireworks. Thank you, and Namaste Loka Sikinu Babantu.
Thank you, Anupriya. Our next panelist is Sai Lakshmi Kanakaratnam. Lakshmi, if you can unmute and discuss your topics.
Hi, my name is Sai Lakshmi Kanakaratnam. I am 10 years old and I am in grade 5. My school is Central Park Public School and I follow Swami Nithyananda and I am born Hindu. What is Hinduism? Hinduism is the oldest religion with many stories that contribute to Hinduism. People who practice Hinduism live freely and believe life is a celebration. Hinduism has many celebrations and auspicious days. There are lots of techniques and powers in Hinduism that can help us with our everyday lives. In Hinduism, we believe that we are all gods and goddesses. How do you practice Hinduism? I practice Hinduism by worshiping gods, goddesses, and Hindu gurus, and by celebrating Hindu celebrations. When I go to bed and wake up in the morning, I pray and try to go to temples often. I help my mom or dad with the abhishekams and pujas at the temple or at home. I like to do puja for the gods and goddesses. I learn about Hinduism and power manifestation with my Gurukul classes. What Hindu celebration is your favorite? My favorite Hindu celebration is Navaratri because goddesses are worshipped and consists of 9 nights and gets rid of all the evil in the house. The first 3 days are for Durga, the second 3 are for Lakshmi, and the last 3 are for Saraswati. I like doing the pujas and embracing the feminine energy. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Sai Lakshmi. We'll move on to the next panelist, and our next panelist is Ehan Abhimanyu. If you mind unmuting and talking.
Hello, my name is Ihan Inyan Abimanyu. I am in grade 4 and I am 9 years old and I go to Highland Creek Public School and just started the French Extended program. What is Hinduism? I think Hinduism is praying to gods. I learned what Hinduism is by watching my Mama pray to gods. How do I practice Hinduism? I practice Hinduism by praying to my Amma and Amma and gods. And I put vibhuti by taking my 3 middle fingers and I put it sideways on my face. My favorite Hindu festival is Saraswati Puja because I get to put all of my bags and all of my books for education and I play Mridangam. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ihan. We'll move on to the next panelist. And so one panelist is not there, so we'll move on to our next panelist, who is Madhavan Jnanachandran.
Vanakkam. I am Madhavan Jnanachandran. I am a grade 8 student of Frenchman's Bay Public School. What is Hinduism? To me, Saiva Samayam is my religion where Lord Shivan is the supreme god and Lord Murugan is our ancestor. It is one of the ancient religions with a deep root. It guides me to follow the right path in my life. How do I practice and celebrate my religion? Every day in the morning, I wear Tirunuda, Sandanam, and Kunkumam to honor Lord Shivan and to have a good health. What is my favorite religious celebration? My favorite celebration is Shivaratri. On this day, even though I don't stay awake all night, we celebrate it by offering vilvam leaves and flowers to Shivalingam. I made my own Shivalingam using the clay and he is seated in our home temple. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Marvin. I will move on to the next panelist. We have Ma Nitya Shankaratmananda. Ma, you can unmute and discuss your topics.
Hi, my name is Nitya Shankaratmananda. I'm 14 years old and I'm in 9th grade. I'm currently living in Ontario, Canada. What is Hinduism? Hinduism is a religion and dharma, the way of life. It is basically the science of realizing we are one with the cosmos. By following Hinduism, a person can eventually achieve the liberation from the cycle of death and rebirth, also known as moksha. How do you practice and celebrate Hinduism? I first started practicing Hinduism in 2009 when I met Swamiji. And when I was 10, I went to India for Gurukul. After 6 months, I came back and continued with our Sangha and temple in Canada. At home, I do yoga around 4 during the Brahma Muhurtam hours, and it's actually a great way to start the day. I really like it because it keeps me awake and motivated for the rest of the day. I then do puja, which is a ritual performed to offer devotion. I really like it because it helps me make a transition to my higher self. Here in Canada, I go to the temple every day for Gurukul, which is for about 5 hours. In Gurukul, we have yoga, puja, chanting, power manifestation, and powerful cognition classes. After class, I usually do Rudra Abhishekam by chanting mantras and doing alankaram, which is really fun because it makes me closer to Paramashiva. That's how I practice Hinduism. What is your favorite Hindu festival and what do you enjoy about it? My favorite Hindu festival is Mahashivaratri. Mahashivaratri is when you celebrate the whole day and night with Paramashiva. I really like staying up all night doing Rudra Abhishekams and chanting mantras. On Mahashivaratri, we also celebrate by doing bhajans and dances. My Guru Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam is the one who gave me this lifestyle and powers I used in my life. I'm celebrating my life every month with him and I'm grateful for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mash Shankaratmananda. We'll move on to our final panelist from the youth, Shaitri Thiran.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shaitri Thiran. I'm 14 years old and I'm a grade 9 attending Markham District High School. What is Hinduism? Hinduism is a religion that is practiced by myself and many individuals around the world. In Hinduism, you can pray to many different gods and goddesses. I personally have a deeper connection with Meenakshi. I adore her elegance and compassion. In Hinduism, We follow through with the puja by using items that symbolize 5 of nature's elements, which are fire, water, earth, space, and air. How do you practice Hinduism? I practice Hinduism by following many teachings talked about in Swamiji's satsangs and lessons taught at the temple in the Gurugal program. The Gurugal program taught myself and others many Hindu stories, pujas, mantras, yoga, meditation, as well as life lessons and techniques. We have been taught how to express the different Shaktis we have. An important example is third eye reading. Swamiji has guided us to opening our third eye and successfully experiencing the powers of it. I also practice Hinduism by visiting temples, performing pujas, offering items to deities, and more. What is your favorite Hindu festival? My favorite Hindu festival is Krishna Janmashtami. Krishna Janmashtami is celebrated to recognize the day Krishna was born. Krishna is one of the most popular Hindu avatars, and he gave Bhagavad Gita to the world. This celebration is followed by singing, dancing, dressing up as Krishna and Gopikas, and participating in many events, such as hitting a pot thrown in the air filled with butter. The reason why it is filled with butter is because Krishna loves to eat pots filled with butter. I personally have experienced celebrating Krishna Janmashtami in India 2 times with my family and friends. Both have been a wonderful experience and very memorable. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. So I guess to all the audiences, you could literally see from the youth that we're talking with right now, they all have different perspectives of what Hinduism, but in the end, it still aligns with the same concept, whether it's being taught and aligned by the guru or being aligned through family. It is a very, very, I would say, the most complicated religion, and there's a lot to learn. And we, as the young generation of Hindus, the ones who are responsible to sustain this religion for the future generation. Thank you again to all the youth and the kids that were participating in this session. Now we'll move on to the next generation of youth who are the leaders currently. They are the ones who are responsible for ensuring that they're passing the knowledge to the younger generation as well as sustaining Hinduism. So our panelists, we have 4 panelists on for this discussion. So our first panelist is Mr. Parthy Kandavel. He's a TDSP trustee for Ward 18 in Toronto, and he's also a Satya Sai school teacher. And thank you for joining, Mr. Parthy. And our next panelist is Dr. Anusri Skandaraja, who is a professor of child and youth studies at York University, and she's also a TDSP trustee for Ward 22 in Toronto. Thanks again for joining. And our next panelist is Ms. Sivadarshini Yoganathan. She's also a TDSP school teacher in the secondary school, as well as the head lead for ESL department at TDSP. Thanks, Ma, for joining as well. And our last person of a panelist is Ms. Tatiana Letriak. She's part of the Calgary School Board, as well as one of our acharyas for the Nithyananda Gurukul. She's responsible for running some of the Gurukul programs in Canada and worldwide. So thank you all for joining. So we have, for a time check, we have 24 minutes. So I had 3 topics to discuss, but I'm going to focus on 2 topics for y'all. So hearing all the discussions that we have had from all the different kids we have had on the panel, I have 2 questions for y'all. So the first question is, how do you showcase being a Hindu to a non-Hindu community, since all of us are in the workforce? How do we showcase that? And we have some that are not born Hindu, but are practicing Hindu, like Tatiana. So that is the first question. So in no particular order. So Mr. Parthy, I don't mind if you mind starting first.
No problem. Good morning. Thank you for organizing and inviting us. It's always important to see young children share their identity. It's the most important gift your family and community give you is who you are, right? Knowing who you are is the most important piece. I know time is short, so I'll get to the question directly. How do we demonstrate our Hindu identity to a non-Hindu community? That's right?
Yes.
I think it's a very important approach, because I think in the public, not everyone knows how broad, how wide, and how deep Hinduism is, right? So it's important that in our interactions, whether it's our coworkers, our friends, or if you're a student in university or high school, that when there is an opportunity, you share. And I think the biggest interesting piece, a lot of people don't realize, is Hinduism is very, very unique. It's not a typical religion where there's one founder, maybe one book, and there's a very prescribed model, or there's only one way to be a Hindu. Whereas in other faiths, it's very programmed. And when we when you look at the world, a lot of religions, especially in Canada, right? We see the number of churches closing down because a lot of youth in those communities don't connect with how God has been presented in their religion, and we see that happening. Whereas in Hinduism, there's such a diversity of how to be a Hindu. You can read the Bhagavad Gita, you can learn the Puranas, you can, like Arjuna understood Hinduism through karma or through action. You can go through bhakti, through knowledge. You can read all the Vedas, the Upanishads. There's so many approaches to being a Hindu, and I think that's an important piece to share with our non-Hindu friends and colleagues, that there's no prescribed, there's no one way to be a good Hindu. And I think that's probably the best way to open it up, the conversation, that it's a very unique religion. And the fact that for thousands and thousands of years, our ancestors have practiced our faith without it ever being broken. If we were to get in a time travel machine and went back 2,000 years ago to South India, we would see that our ancestors, or in northern Sri Lanka, in Ulam, we would be practicing the very same approach, and which is a very interesting thing because it's not the same for other religions. So I think that provides a lot of insight. And I'll close with two things. If you look at yoga and meditation, now you can go to any corner in the world and you will see people practicing those exercises, but that came, of course, from our faith. So it's the key is to show that our faith is very adaptive and very practical, that it serves a very everyday purpose and adds to our life. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Bertie. Let's hear from the other panelists. So I'll ask Shivadarshini what's her opinion and how she showcases being a Hindu to a non-Hindu community.
First of all, thank you to all the kids. It was wonderful to hear how you are carrying on the torch of your identity. It's so important to be proud of who you are, especially when you are born in this country, as many of you are. Whereas myself, I was born in Sri Lanka, and then I traveled I resided in Germany, and I came to Canada, and how I kept my religion alive. So for me, when I interact with an individual, it's very important that they know who I am on the outside and on the inside. And the religion that I carry as an identity for myself really empowers me to speak about who I am and what my beliefs are. And when we are trying to work with the Hindu community, so being an educator, what's important to do is create awareness and education. And this is possibly by showcasing, being part of the different festivals and important days that come up in our religion. And possibly when at times at school, for example, I address in the cultural attire. And then curiosity begins. Oh, what's special? What's the purpose of it, right? Then it gives me an opportunity to explain to my peers, my co-workers, my students as well about who are the individuals they're working with, who is teaching them, and who am I as a human, not just as a teacher, right? As an individual. Other ways is also to on a school level to our non-Hindu community is provide literature, to provide information, to provide resources. in the libraries at the school. And also as educators of similar faith, to create these resources sometimes that are more friendly for our students. So not just that us, the older generation, understands this identity, but also the younger generation is able to pick up a resource, an information pamphlet, a booklet, or approach an individual and ask the questions about who they are. And this can be even to our non-Hindu friends and families as well, to create the awareness. And it also important because it creates respect for each other, for humanity, because that is really this underlying power that religion, in my opinion, holds for me.
That's pretty well said.
Thank you.
It is interesting to know, like, being teachers, I think most of you all are teachers, all of you all are teachers, except for Dr. Anu, she's on the adult level more than the kids. So thank you for your opinion. And now Dr. Anu, if you don't mind discussing.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panelists. I think I learned more than you probably will learn from me. So it shows how much effort that you put into your work. So I'm very happy that I got to be here to hear you all. Couple of things, and just to add, I think your generation is so fortunate to be in this particular time. You all make me think back to when we all first came to Canada. It was a very different climate, right? You would be made fun of for dressing certain way, or if you went to school with a portu or anything. And I think now, there's been tremendous progress in our Canadian society where you can now be proud and go and, and go as you are and be able to share your religion with other people. And to have something like Hindu Heritage Month for you might now almost be taken for granted. But for a lot of us, in the early 90s and the 90s, it was a different, even though Scarborough had so many immigrants, it was still a different kind of place where it's something you did at home and you didn't really talk about with your peers that were not Tamil or not Hindu. And now it's kind of cool to share those parts of your life. So I think that's something that is important, and that because you've been afforded this freedom to share, that it's also a great responsibility, right, to share. And the other thing, I think right now also where we are in the world, there's an appetite for Hinduism, right? Whereas for us, but I know as children, I mean, here you all seem very well versed, but I'm sure some of your peers might feel, oh, why do I have to go to the temple? And it's so long and it's so boring. And all of those things. But if you see what's happening in the world, there's a lot of people gravitating or yearning for what Hinduism can teach, right? So there's a lot of conversations about spirituality, right? In the last 10, 15 years, Buddhism has really, really kind of become this widespread phenomenon where you can go to, the Dollarama and get a Buddha statue, right? And that signifies that there's this desire in the West, or Canadian society, that people are feeling, maybe a void or something empty where they want to sort of fill. And I think spirituality is really what they're yearning for. And we as Hindus, we almost take it for granted because we've been raised to just think like that our whole lives, right? And many of you in your speeches said that we view each other as gods and goddesses. And that's a huge, that's a completely different way of looking at the world, right? And I think Parthy alluded to that idea that a lot of other religions, it's sort of a very hierarchical relationship that you have with God. And where in Hinduism, there's this idea that we all are godly beings. And so the way we travel, like the way we go through the world and treat each other and all of those things. So I think in that way that it's a really good time to share your religious beliefs with others and because I think a lot of people are searching for those things, right? Like concepts like accepting everyone and belonging and multiculturalism and all those things that you fundamentally Hindu principles, right? This idea of existing in different ways, this idea of, you know, I think it was Sai Dharni who talks about Krishna and this idea that we have in our religion that gods are not perfect beings, right? That he was mischievous and he got into trouble sometimes. And you as children might also get in trouble sometimes, but that doesn't make you bad beings or immoral beings, or, you know, it just makes you're on a path to something. And so I think, you know, I think it's a lot of those teachings you'll take with you with your life. So even now, sometimes if you feel like, you know, you're not sure why you have to do all the things you do, later in life, it'll all make sense to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anu, for your topic. I think we'll have Tatiana as well. So Ma, if you don't mind unmuting and talking about the topic.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And it's always a pleasure to listen to youth. I'm from Calgary and I currently teach grade 2 on an online environment. And I think the most important thing is to give everybody a voice. So I come as I am. I'm not necessarily teaching Hinduism because it's within the public school system. There's so much that you can do, but just giving people a voice. And so recently with Diwali and teaching Gurukul and just being aware that and just being a disciple of Paramahamsa Nithyananda, there's so many celebrations and Hinduism is so vast. And we don't necessarily talk about all of that in the public school system. And we don't give people a voice to share what's happening with them every day. And I wonder, like with the youth here, how much of that do you really bring into your conversations in school? And I think as leaders, allowing children to have that voice is really important. So I thought, okay, well, it's Diwali. Let me talk to the kids. I think there might be a few people here that are celebrating. And there was, you know, a lot of people that were in the class that knew about Diwali and were able to share. And after I shared the one day, the next day, one of my students came and she wrote a paper about Diwali and she was super excited. So I thought, well, go ahead and share. But how often had I done that before without having the awareness? So it's not just Hinduism, it might be other cultures. So it's like, as the leader, giving everybody a voice to share, because I feel, especially after being introduced to Hinduism, your spirituality, your religion, your connection is really the most important part of you. And we spend hours and hours at school, and to not be able to share that, there's a huge disconnect. So, perhaps another discussion with youth would be to really ask them, do you feel that you're able to connect and really share this in school? Maybe out in the open, it's there, but how much connection do you have in school? So that's perhaps another topic. The other thing about being a Gurukul teacher and with the teens that I'm with right now, not all of them come from a Hindu background. And so because it's so vast, there's so many entry points. So they can come in and, if they're stressed out about something or if they're inspired about something, there's so many different things that we can do, whether it be yoga or meditation or powerful cognitions and manifesting powers. And they just keep opening up to more and more. And so just being available to share. And also for some of the students that come in with more of a Hindu background, that they can also share what they know. So thank you for listening.
Awesome. Thank you for that discussion. So I think as a time check, we have 9 minutes. So my other topic, I know most of you all alluded to this topic about being leaders in the Canadian public school board system. I think maybe I want to just kind of see how does the school board system bring awareness to, like, for example, the Hindu Heritage Month or festivals that are being celebrated by Hinduism. So I'm keeping this open. So whoever would like to kind of discuss this topic or just like to give the insights on that. So I don't know, Parthi or Dr. Anu or Darshini or Tatiana, if you guys would like to add to that.
So in the Toronto District School Board, we celebrate all the major faiths. There's an Islamic Heritage Month, Jewish Heritage Month, and And in November, I had the privilege with the other trustees to pass the motion to recognize every November as Hindu Heritage Month. And it was a very unique opportunity. And since then, we have struck a committee that puts together different materials. They run a poster contest. They have effective lesson plans, PowerPoint presentations for teachers in our 580 schools to use. And with each year, the number of schools drawing on those resources is very large, because oftentimes in many communities, there's a lot of ignorance in who is a Hindu. They may, and I know in some schools in my ward, there were a couple of occasions where, you know, there was bullying by certain, you know, other groups who are also brown-skinned, but towards Hindu kids because of ignorance of the faith. And of course, there's been times when our teachers and administrators have made the assumption that a brown child is a Muslim of Muslim or Islamic faith as opposed to Hinduism. So this month has given our educators a lot of learning, professional development opportunities to understand our faith, because as I think we all know, there is a lot of unknowns. And as a public school system, though it is secular, I would say that it's very important that we prepare our students for the world to be citizens, to be global citizens. And part of that is understanding the backgrounds and faiths of all the communities, especially in a diverse city like Toronto. So we started 2 years ago. Each year we're growing. For example, this month at the Toronto District School Board, our theme for Hindu Heritage Month is Om Shanti, and it's teaching about the power of Om, how to say Om, how to incorporate in our lives, and the history and all the context, like all the important things around that powerful and primordial sound, Om. So I'll leave.
Thanks. Anyone else would like to share?
Sure. Thank you, Parthi. Parthi basically laid out what we at the TDSB are doing monthly to honor the different cultures and heritage. So as Parthi mentioned, so this committee is actually solely run by volunteers. These are community members, staff, TDSB staff, and also we've got so these individuals come together, and the resources that they create, for example, our students here who are part of the TDSB, you may hear in the mornings daily announcements. So for example, for Hindu Heritage Month, the Hindu Heritage Month Committee, they put together resources. And so one of the resources is to have announcements, short announcements that give a quick insight into what Hinduism is about. So this way it's shared with the greater school community to gain an understanding of Hinduism. And another activity, for example, prior to the start of the Heritage Months is a poster contest. And in this poster contest, what I really like is it's divided into these two levels, so the primary level and the secondary levels. And some of you may have actually participated in this poster contest. So, so basically, we're trying to have different opportunities for students to think about who they are, and for students to know that we know that there are different cultures, and we respect you. We want you to speak out. So this is, I think, a wonderful way that the board is doing to create this identity in all of our students. And also there are display boards, visuals for our non-Hindu friends and families to learn about who we are and what it means to us and what we would like for them to gain out of the information that we are sharing. Others, as well as, I think, to be open-minded, but like Parthi said, Parthi was saying was, it's important that that the board recognize all the various heritage months and building critical thinkers. So that is what we want to do. Even students who identify with the faith but are not very connected with it. We want to encourage students to become connected and to explore themselves and their identity, to speak, have this conversation at home with the family. For example, the Om Shanti theme for this year's Hindu Heritage Month is for you to go home and speak to mom and dad, to grandparents, to your guardian about what does that mean to them, and then to have this conversation and then to gain knowledge from there. So just so many great opportunities. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Anyone else would like to add to this, Tatiana or Dr. Anna?
Sure. You know, I think as Parthi mentioned as well, that there is a committee, and so I know children can't join it, but I know other, you know, community members, if they want to join it at the TDSB, and it's a great way to sort of at a system level get involved. I know this year one of the big conversations were about getting books out to the schools, and that's a really important step, right? Getting materials so our students can read those books in their classrooms, but also non-Hindu students to kind of get that idea. So those are sort of the big picture plans. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Tatiana?
Just briefly, I'm actually feeling inspired because we don't have, you know, Hindu Heritage Month and the other Heritage Months in Alberta. Embedded within the curriculum, there is the aspect of recognizing different cultures and celebrating that, but we don't have that bigger umbrella that gives a platform for different cultures. So I'm just leaving inspired and taking that with me as I go into work. And maybe that's another topic to share with administrators, that's also something that's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Contact your school trustee.
Not only that, actually, Titania, you're a chief superintendent, the top position that runs the Calgary Board of Education. I believe his name is Christopher Yusi. He was the former associate director at our board. I know him well. If you ever run into him, you can mention. So he knows that history, how Toronto has always done these cultural and religious celebrations. So if the board and administrators, and more importantly, the trustees were interested, he actually used to serve as the staff liaison for the Tamil Heritage Month Committee, Chris Yusi. So you can mention my name, he knows as well, and he has all that background information on how a public board a public education institution can implement Heritage Months.
Awesome. Well, thank you again. I think we're on time right now. So again, I would like to thank everyone that was part of this discussion, from the kids to the adults, leaders who are helping steer our youth. Thanks again. And we'll move on to the next session. And I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Nithyanandam.
Thank you.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Matanaya. I would just also like to share on the same topic of the topic of Om Shanti for this year's Hindu Heritage Month. And what is the Om Shanti? The Om Shanti is not just that which is written down, but it's that which has kept this as the only civilization that was alive 5,000 years ago and is still living today. Why? Because it was embodied and passed down through generations. And having studied and trained and worked in the education field for more than 20 years now, in more than 30 different schools around the world, and hearing about this great tradition of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, I always had the doubt of, how is it going to happen? How is this possible? All these great things are there. Adi Shankara is there. Sri Rama is there. Sri Krishna is there. Ramakrishna is there. Ramana Rishi is there. Vivekananda is there. All these beings are there and all the science is there. But how is it going to happen? I always had the doubt of how it could happen. And only when I went and met the Balasans of the Gurukul in Adi KAILASA in Bangalore, and about 10 years ago, and met them and saw the space of rejuvenation that was happening in them, they were on a completely different level, every single one of them, than any other group of kids that I've ever seen. And that was because of the space of completion inside of them, because the space of Om was awakened inside of them, because the space of Shanti, not just peace, but also powerfulness, was awakened inside of them. And that rejuvenation energy is what we all strive for, to maintain that childlike energy and spontaneity of the child, but to add the maturity. So Sanatana Hindu Dharma is real, it's possible. And it's been embodied by the leaders of Sanatana Hindu Dharma for more than 5,000 years. So with this, I'd like to move to the next segment of today's program. I'd like to turn our attention to an excellent group of Hindu leaders joining us today to share about how we can preserve Hindu heritage in Canada. Each of our distinguished guests will share about preserving Hindu values, as well as the challenges facing Hinduism today, and what can be done to enrich humanity more on a daily basis with the gifts of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. I'd like to now please give a brief introduction of each of our Hindu leader panelists, and then introduce our moderator for today's discussion, Sri Sami Appadure. First, I'd like to introduce Pandit Rupnath Sharma, the president of the Hindu Federation. He's immigrated to Canada from Guyana in 1970 and is currently engaged in senior positions in the following diverse communities: founder and spiritual leader of Ram Mandir in Mississauga, president of the Hindu Federation, and umbrella body representing Hindu organizations in Ontario and Canada, the president of Canadian Multi-Faith Federation, an umbrella body representing over 30 faith groups, vice president and Hindu chaplain for Interfaith Chaplaincy in support of spiritual care services at Correctional Services Canada, and a member of the steering committee for the Interfaith Council of Peel Region. We also have joining us today the founder and Pitadipati of Sri Rajarajeshwari Temple is Srila Sri Chaitanyananda Natha Saraswati, who is affectionately known as Karanaya. Aya has dedicated his life to the noble mission of preserving and spreading the knowledge of Devi worship and the rich Tamil Shaiva tradition. Today, Aya splits his time between carrying out his duties as Pitadipati of the temple and traveling around the world to perform pujas and homas, as well as give workshops and classes on various aspects of Sri Vidya and Sanatana Dharma. We also have Shiva Sri Panchadchara Vijaya Kumara Kurukul, founder and spiritual leader of Sri Varasiti Vinagar Temple in Toronto, as well as Sri Logendra Lingam of Canada Uttayan, the chief editor at Canada Uttayan, Canada's leading Tamil newspaper. We have Nitya Jnanatmananda Swami, an initiated sannyasi of the Nithyananda order of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and a senior Swami of the world's only Hindu nation, Sri KAILASA. In her pre-monastic studies, she completed a master degree in engineering and was a software engineer at Microsoft before entering into monastic life. Ma Nitya Prematmananda Swami is an initiated sannyasi of the Nithyananda order of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, and is a senior Swami of the world's only Hindu nation, Sri KAILASA. In her pre-monastic studies, she also completed a master degree in electrical and computer engineering and worked as a software engineer at IBM before taking the vow of Purna Sannyasa. And I'd like to now introduce our moderator for today's discussion, Sri Sami Appadure, well-known journalist, award-winning journalist, columnist, broadcaster, author, consultant, activist, and community worker. With this background, he provides in-depth analysis and igniting interview skills to address the greatness of Hindu philosophy, examine its impact and contributions to the world and the Canadian culture, and how to preserve the Hindu way of life for future generations to come.
Good morning, everybody. after having the ritual services of some temples in Toronto, GTA, and having wonderful discussion made by the children, the third or fourth generation in Canada, and then having a very meaningful discussion by educationists and some other people around Canada. First of all, I thank Canada, my country. Having people from all over the world is almost like a miniature world. And it's not tolerating the new immigrants, rather taking them part and parcel of the Canadian mosaic. So declaring this month our Heritage Month is a wonderful thing. At this time, I would remember in 2012, I believe, we celebrated the 150th anniversary of Swami Vivekananda. When he was in Chicago in 1893, he brought some kind of light to the world, and people all appreciated about Hinduism. So at this junction, we would like to have all of you participate in this particular event so that we can put all what we discussed today in action, prolonged in a very wonderful way. So what we would like to say is Hinduism is not only a religion, it is a way of living for all of us. As far as we are concerned in this discussion, we would like to say how we will make the practice of this religion by our children around the world. And we also have to take this opportunity to educate the rest of the people, because Canada is having people from 200 countries and they are speaking over 160 languages. And Canada is very liberal in practicing all our religious faith here. So in this way, it's my pleasure having Pandit Rubananda Sarma to enlighten us in this particular topic at the limited time. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Namaskarji, and welcome to everyone. It is indeed a privilege and a pleasure to be part of this gathering. I've listened to some of the comments of the youths earlier, and I'm inspired that there is definitely not only hope, but reality is that Hinduism is alive and well in Canada. I would like to say that the statement that we are about to address is how to preserve Hindu heritage. Yeah. And when I think of preserving, I think of something in a jar that you preserve and you put it when you hide in a corner and you only take it out when you need it. Mm-hmm. I do not believe that's what we want to do with Hinduism. I think we do not want to preserve it. We want to make it alive. Mm-hmm. We want to bring it to reality, that we have become commonplace in Canada, that everyone, Hindus and non-Hindus, must understand who is a Hindu and what is Hinduism. Now, in order to do that, we need to educate people. And education starts with history. I am always amazed that we come from such a great heritage where knowledge and wisdom has been so much. And yet, I can never explain why is it Hinduism was dominated by a foreign power for at least 1,200 years. Yeah. Why is it Islam dominated India for at least 1,000 years and Britain dominated India for 200 years? Now, historians have given many comments, but I will look at it once in this way, that India had many royal families and many, many powerful kingdoms. And yet, although we had so many royal families and kingdoms and learned individuals, we allowed ourselves to be dominated. I will let you all think about that. What do you believe was the reason for this? And is that still the reason today, that we are not really to stand out there clearly? We seem to be under the dominance. We're not included in the pluralistic society. Our voices are not necessarily heard at the table. It's not that we are not capable of sitting at the table. We have more academics and more professional business people and more money than most communities in the world. But yet, we are not seated at the table when Hinduism or when religion is discussed. Thus, we need to answer these questions. And going forward, we need to understand that we do not need to be aggressive in any way to get our word over. We need to be assertive. And there's quite a difference between aggression and assertion. Many other communities are very aggressive. And because of that, they're in the limelight, they're heard about, they're talked about constantly. And you don't hear about Hinduism. I remember once that one of the leading politicians in our country, who's now a premier of a province, came to visit with the Hindu Federation. And he made a statement that you Hindus are low overhead. And at that moment, we were kind of shocked and thought he was insulting us, and then realized he was actually complimenting us. We're low overhead because we don't complain about anything. We don't demand anything. We easily adapt and we work along with the status quo. Having said that, we need to move a little bit in a more assertive area, whereby in our schools, in our corporations, in every aspect, political, commercial, and otherwise, that when it comes time to stand up and be tall, we stand and be tall in a very humble and very, very kind, compassionate, and meaningful way. Now, we are told that Hindus are not united. I do not know of any group of people in the world who are united. Yeah. There are over 300 and something different Christian denominations in the world. There's only one Christ. We have a million gods, so it's okay that we can have so many different versions of Hinduism. So those are not the reasons to say we are not united. What makes us united is that when it's necessary for us to propagate, to express, to clarify, and to debunk, then we are doing it collectively. And debunking is one of the things our young people need to get more into and understanding. There are so many questions. Mommy, why do we do this? Why can't we go to mandir on these days? Why is this so on? Why? And the mothers and fathers usually will talk to this uncle or that aunt or that grandfather or that pandit or that purohit or that swami. And why is mother and father not the sadhu samaj? Why are they not the learned individuals? It's because they themselves have accepted without questioning this way of life, as was pointed out, and this spiritual process. Having said that, we have a great product. I believe we have a poor marketing mechanism for the product. Okay, we need to be able to talk about our religion and be proud of it, but do it with clarity. Every place of worship where we have a congregation, if the young people are to go to these places, then they must understand and they must feel included. They must feel they can participate equally. It is not so popular these days to have an audience sit around and just listen to someone talk. People's attention span is very limited. We need to be more engaging. We need to be more inclusive. And when we can do these things, then we are responsible for the propagation of our heritage. No one else will do it for us. We do not have to ask the others to change the way they look at us. We have to change the way we look at ourselves and the way we present ourselves, and the world will accept us for who we are and know that we come from profound heritage and a heritage that will last forever and ever. Thank you all for the opportunity. And I hope my words will bring some clarity to situations. There's all kinds of dialogue that is required for this, and the dialogue will go on and on. But whether we are from South India, North India, Gujarati, Punjabi, whether we were born in the Caribbean or Africa, the United Kingdom, we have one common factor. We are Hindus. Let us stand tall on that fact. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarma. You pinpointed a very wonderful thing, that is our tolerance and our passiveness should not be considered as our weakness. Rather, that is a kind of unique character of Hinduism. And furthermore, we have to advocate and get our share accordingly in the world. It's a wonderful point that you have made. Our younger generation should take this point into their life and make our religion to be known in the world very well. Thank you so much. And then we go back to Karanaya. Karanaya has been doing a wonderful job in the sense he's not only being a priest here, rather practicing it, and he advocated the Hindu religion among the second and third generations, and they have been practicing it in their own life. It is our pleasure having Karanaya, and he visited several times to Canada, and he advocated for the religious practice all over in Canada. So it's our pleasure having you, Aya.
Namaskaram.
Namaskaram.
Namaskaram to everybody. The people who are on the panel, they are probably more educated in the Shastras than I am. My main focus, I agree with Panditji that this faith should be protected and we should preserve it. And it is not a preservation where you put something in a bottle and put it away in a corner, like he said, but we make it a living practice among both the people who have emigrated. If you take a look at the cross-section of the parents that are there in Canada, Hindu parents, for want of a better word, if the children ask a question, they have no answers. They have to go, or they have to send the children to a priest or a Swami for explanations. That is not how it should be. And my main focus is that all the temples, the last time I looked, there were about 50, 55 temples in the GTA, Greater Toronto area. And in the whole of North America, there are probably about 500 odd. And every city has at least 2 or 3 temples being built. Some are completed, some are starting. Now, if you look at the general age of the people who are in charge of the temples, they are in their 60s or 70s. Now, while all of us who are in this age group, we are not going to live forever. Maybe we have 10 years, maybe we have 5 years. After we are gone, after this age group is gone, what will happen to the temples? So we have to make sure that the youth, the next generation, is educated. First of all, in what the rituals are, what is the meaning of the words, what is the meaning of the idols that we have, the temples that we have, the temple structure that we have, what is the meaning of the architecture, and so on and so forth. My guru happens to be a former nuclear scientist. He's no more. But he was adamant that the mantras and all the rituals and the shastras and the construction of the temples be open, and every youth and every young person who is coming in to the temple and asking these questions should be explained. It should be explained to them. So in the Rajarajeshwari Peetham here, we conduct primary workshops in several levels. One is to understand the structure of a basic puja and what each movement, what each mantra means to the best of our abilities. And this information is shared without discrimination. Whether we don't ask whether you are born of a Brahmin family or of a Kshatriya family, we don't ask that. It has to be open. So everybody in the workshops, they are encouraged to ask questions, and a series of workshops are done. And we have also hit upon an idea of producing banners, because when you are describing something in a workshop, if you put something up on a screen, it is there for 20 seconds. And once you have moved away from that topic, that is disappeared. And there is only a 10% chance of the people who are in the audience absorbing what has been described. So we have produced these banners, and they are displayed in our workshops so that during the break times and other, when there is a lunch time or so, they can go and read and find out. And these have now become so perfected that we have started putting them in little stick drives so that they can stick it in at home in a computer and read it. And this kind of thing is going on. There are youth learning programs where seasoned chanters will teach them to chant the most common mantras and slokas and teach them the meanings. And this kind of thing has to be taken into account. And these people there are about 300 of these young people who we have trained. And in our temple, there is no established priesthood. Every Sri Vidya Upasaka, person who has received the mantras in Sri Vidya, is able to conduct the pujas, and the pujas are done 3 times a day. The first puja in the morning is Srishti Kramam, creation principle. Midday puja is Sthiti Kramam, protection principle. And Sayariksha, evening puja, is destruction principle, generation, operation, dissolution. And incidentally, you will notice that it spells G-O-D. Now, what is important is that the next generation, we have to lay a foundation so that if you say a word in Sanskrit or in any one of our native languages, they should be able to have the mental picture of what goes with it. Here, the children, the generations that are growing up here, their heroes are not Ram and Lakshmana and Sita and Arjuna and Krishna. Their heroes are Superman and Spider-Man. So it is the duty of the people who are running the temples to make sure that in the form of little stories, in the form of anecdotes, this information is slowly fed to the children who are coming to the temple so that they realize and they begin to appreciate the deep, rich portion of our culture and of our religious thing. By the way, I am very intrigued because we continue to use the word Hinduism. The word Hinduism is a misnomer. The word Hindu was coined by people who poured into India through the Khyber Pass, and they had to pass the Indus Valley with its 5 tributaries. Once they were in there, when they came into the Deccan Plateau, they found an already very well established socio-religious economic order that has been functioning for thousands of years. And they didn't understand the deep principles behind our faith. They thought that our people were running around worshipping trees, walking around trees, worshipping mountains, worshipping rivers, but they did not understand that this is a living embodiment, the living religion, living way of life that sees God in everything. Whether it is animated or inanimated object, you are able to see God in it. The real name for this faith is Sanatana Dharmam. Sanatana Dharmam means that which is roughly translated, means that which is eternal. And this eternal portion of it, sometimes due to the invasions of the Muslims at one time, when 17.5 million people belonging to the Sanatana Dharmam or Hinduism for convenience sake were slaughtered. And we were kept down, and we were practicing the notion and the principles of ahimsa. And this has quietly dissolved into and deteriorated into us absorbing foreign ideas, not ideas that were grown up or sown and grown in Bharat. We started to absorb foreign ideas. If you see, most of our people, the functions that they do, the functioning is not done according to the Hindu calendar. Birthdays are British. The English date of birth is continued as the birthdays. Weddings are performed in such a fashion. And weddings and other rituals, they will rush through the thing, but then go on for a Western-oriented reception. And these things, while they are okay, you have to absorb and you have to integrate with the local family, with the local people, while you are in another country and become part of their multinational image. It does not mean that we should let our own thousands and thousands of years of rich culture be deteriorated. And that is the duty of the people who are running the temples, managing the temples, and performing rituals in the temples. It is their duty for them to sit the people down and explain. We try to do that in our temple. Every time there is a little break when the deities are being decorated or the deities are being prepared for darshan, we will make sure that somebody will speak to the congregation that is present on some topic that is of interest. And we try to interact with them. We'll encourage them asking questions. This, I think, is the way to go. And once the younger generation, the next generation has been trained, they can go in and talk to the coming generation after them. So with this in view, we have youth learning sessions, winter learning sessions, and there is now something that we have started called Bala Vidya, which means children who are 5 years, 4 years, 5 years, and a little older. They get a little bit of it. And these are prepared and made and placed on the internet so that they can look at the thing and learn from there. And then they can ask their parents, or they can ask others who have been present in the temple and who have gone through the training. I think this is the way to go. We have to make sure that our youth, the next generation, is prepared in such a way that they can continue running the temples the way they should be run. And I am, while doing that, I am also very conscious that the temples should not deteriorate into commercial establishments. It is very difficult. I agree. It is very difficult to run a temple without focusing on the income of the temple, but that should not be the main focus. It should be there. Money is important for everything, and it should be placed, the placement of the focus should be not on how much money the temple is going to make. If we do the pujas and if we do the rituals properly and the chanting of the mantras are done, the Shastras say without any doubt that the required funds and the required support from the community to the temple will materialize. And that we have to remember, and we have to emphasize that to the next generation and to the other children that are learning it from the people who are there. Thank you very much for letting me tell you a little bit of what what we are thinking and what our thinking is. And I hope you will organize many more such symposia so that we will be able to share information. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, Karan Swami. You have mentioned a couple of things. One is the purification of Hinduism, practicing by the temples, and furthermore, you also made mention about the running or operating the temples and their expenses. As far as Toronto is concerned, at least $15,000 to $20,000 is required, and we don't have any kind of obligation of paying 10% of the income. That is one of the reasons that temples are running after money. Is not that profit motive making, one thing. And the other thing also, when you look at the Kurdish people, a section of the Kurdish people practicing Hindu philosophies, but not under the name of Hindu philosophies and things like that. As you mentioned, it is very broad. And furthermore, we are trying to make our best. Other than the Hindu temple, there are Hindu organizations also. We do have in Toronto, and I am sure in America also. They have been also doing a wonderful job to translate our philosophies into reality. And next we will go to, without any further delay, Nithya Paramashiva Ananda. Please tell us. By the way, it's preservation in the sense we have a different meaning. Unless and until we preserve, as Karan Swami said, people who are in 50s and 60s are practicing and advocating the religion. Preservation, what we meant was that to transfer, to promote our religion to the next generation, one thing, and the second thing, promote to the entire globe. Thank you. Let us go to Ananta. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Nithyanandam Padarayaya, and thank you all for this opportunity to share our thoughts as we are celebrating the Hindu Heritage Month in Canada. With respect to, as Rupnath Ji Sharma rightly pointed out, and Apadraya also pointed out, that it is not protecting and preserving something in a jar, which has to be lived practically. As Hinduism, it is a living, Hinduism is the best religion in the world, and it has to be lived. Often the ideas that is projected about Hinduism, it is either not practical or complicated, too vast, and so on, that we have no clue how to live it, how to grasp it and live it day to day. So it is nothing that we need to reinvent to live Hinduism. It is already there in the Agamas. The way the Agamas, the pure science and applied science, is already given by Paramashiva. All we need to do is just be integrated to that and living that and making that as part of our life. The day-to-day things, that the issues that we go through, whether it is stress, whether it is depression, whether it is obesity, it is not all of these are practical, but we are living with it because we don't know how to live a healthy life or living a higher space. So the same way, when we are able to live all this and suffer with it, why not live Hinduism, whether it is doing the puja every day, following the rituals, going to the temple. So every part or aspect of Hinduism is very, very practical. And not only that, what we are running for every day, in whether getting success or health or a global peace even, all of these can be beautifully, simply achieved if we just live the Hindu lifestyle that is already prescribed by Paramashiva. So in that, there is various responsibilities, whether it is an individual responsibility or a communal responsibility. How do we stand up for Hinduism as an individual, ensuring that we live the Charya Pada, the lifestyle of living, doing the puja every day, reading the sacred scriptures, and not only that, sharing with everybody. And when it comes as a communal responsibility for Hinduism, owning up our rights, standing up for our rights. Hindu temples, let it be run by Hindus, and let the Hindu priests be the authorities who decide and run the temples. As rightly pointed out, it is not a commercial place or a social gathering where people gather and party. And even if you take the Diwali celebrations that happen widely, it is more a Bollywood celebration rather than in celebrating the true essence of what Deepavali is. Even the term Festival of Lights, it's a very commercialized way of removing the significance of the true essence of it, or connecting it to the roots and just calling it Festival of Lights. Why? It is common and you can share it with everybody. There is no reverence to the deities in it, or the science behind why we are celebrating is not mentioned, but just calling it as Festival of Lights. Just commercializing every aspect of it, whether it is a temple or whether it is our festivals. It is not about feasting or celebrating just for the fun of it. There is a true meaning to everything behind. So basically connecting back to the source in either running the temples, our own properties, claiming our temple properties, running the temples as per the scriptures, as per the agamas, going back to the source. And everything that is in our religion is highly, highly scientific. It is not superstition. The more we stay away from it, it is being projected as a mythology, and soon it will become extinct. Unless we stand up and connect back to the source and live it, whether it is the caste system, how it has been diluted, manipulated, and misrepresented just so that it can be divided, so we can be divided and the whole system can be destroyed. So having the right Hindu pride, every single one of us going back, understanding the knowledge of what is jati, what is varna, and bringing back every single truth, every single science that was already given. It is not something new that there existed an enlightenment ecosystem before. They coexisted peacefully. They lived like a highly evolved lifestyle. So now, this day and age, when we are struggling individually as well as globally, not being able to handle our own individual self, or as globally not knowing how to create global peace. Everybody talks about it, but what is the solution? Or whether it is a pandemic, how to deal with it. We do not have a clue because we lost touch with the roots. Going back to the source is the only solution. Living as per the agamas, whichever sampradaya it is, whether it is Shaiva agama, Vaishnava agama, or Shakta agama, going back to the source and living it practically every day, day-to-day life, starting with a simple ritual of doing puja in the morning, getting our kids learn, putting them in Gurukul, telling them, giving them the right image about Hinduism. Yeah. The thing is, unfortunately, we don't have the right pride about ourselves as Hindus. As one of the youth panelists was sharing, they feel ashamed because we were mocked the way we were dressing, the marks of Hindus as we wear the pottu, everything how we were mocked, we started losing respect. And not only that, especially like as Rupnathji was sharing, the continuous attacks that Hinduism faced, whether be barbaric attacks by Muslims or cunning conversion by other religion, we went through it. Not one, of course, the attacks were huge. Second, we unfortunately did not stand up for our rights, and we ourselves lost the pride, the sacred value and right pride that we in image about Hinduism. And ironically, Hinduism is the only religion which introduces you to yourself as God. So in all of this, whether it is the temples, whether it is the pujas, whether it is the knowledge, we just feel like, oh my God, it's an ocean and I don't know how to go about, where do I start? Yeah. Where do we start is a guru, a living guru who can clearly put this in place and tell us, okay, here is the puja, and this is the significance of it. This is the meaning of it. Here is the sacred scriptures, Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita. It's not something, it has to be kept in the shelf or something just chanted for learning, for chanting. No, it is very, very practical and applicable to everyday life. How is the connection? Where is the connection? How can Upanishads be practical to my this day life? That knowledge, that experience is given by the Guru. So going back to our original lifestyle and appreciating every single aspect, every single thing is a science for enlightenment that was given by our rishis, by our sages, after thousands of years of research done in this field. So having the right image without understanding the right knowledge, without having the right knowledge of Hinduism is why people are getting converted to other religions. One thing we should do is stop getting converted to other religions, because first learn the depth of Hinduism. And of course, you have the right to keep everything in front and see which values, which adds value. But when we really see the depth, that knowledge and the experience that Hinduism can give, giving that experience of realizing our true self, that can happen only through Hinduism. And we should be proud of calling ourselves as Hindus rather than associating ourselves, calling ourselves as secular beings. So in every aspect, going back to the source scriptures, Vedas and Agamas, and living as per them. And it is very, very, very easy, practical, and it makes our life blissful and very easy. Whether you want to be a successful businessman or whether you want to become a sannyasi, whatever the goal that we are trying to achieve in life, we have solutions for everything. Nothing needs to be reinvented. We just have to take the books off the shelf, dust them, and start living them in every day of our life. And most importantly, in all of this, putting all of these pieces together is the Guru. Having the Guru in our life and following his guidance and how to live, which one to take now, and which food or which medicine to take at this point, whether it's a morning or for breakfast or lunch or dinner, it is beautifully guided by the Guru. So as we live by the guidance of the Guru, we can beautifully live Hinduism practically and having the right pride. And every single one of us need to stand up for the rights of Hindus, because we have kept quiet, because we did not stand up and taken the beatings. We do not have, as of now, unfortunately, we do not even have a place for Hindus to call our own state, our own nation, except KAILASA, which remains as a borderless nation, the only Hindu nation in the world. We have come to this level, but unless we stand up now, we will not have this luxury. Somehow with our generation, we have the knowledge or the punya of our forefathers and the habit of going to temples and some understanding of our scriptures, which we are keeping alive. But our future generation, the second generation, the third generation, definitely, unless we do something about it, they are not going to have anything to live, or what is called, to be called as Hinduism, except, oh, Hinduism was a mythology. That is all they're going to have. And not only that, their future, how they handle their life, whether it is depression, whether it is their health, how do they handle this? All this science is already given by Hinduism. So it is very, very important that Hindus stand up instead of thinking it is somebody else's responsibility, that Hinduism is an ocean, nothing can happen to it. These are all wrong ideas. Every single one of us is responsible. Unless we stand up, unless we live it, we don't need to go fight with anybody. All we need to do is just live it. Live as per the source. And when we do that, we automatically preserve, revive, and keep Hinduism alive and make it applicable for our future generation, practical for our future generation as well. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. You have mentioned wonderful two things. One is that we have to know the depth of the ocean. That is what Dr. Radhakrishnan once said, how does their life begins? The Atma. In our religion, all living things have the Atma. According to some other religions, only the human beings have Atma and the rest are living things. They have no Atma at all. So Dr. Radhakrishnan, in one point in time, he said, Atma will finally, at the final stage of this cycle, will reach God. So Paramatma, Jivatma, both will be together. So he made mention God. Paramatma will not send the Atma to the body of these living things. At the same time, these living things like us, you and I, all of us have the Atma. This Atma in one point in time will go and intermingle with God. So then he asked me, he made mention the body has no power to get the Atma down and start the birth or initiate the birth. Then he said, how does the birth begins? Then finally, Dr. Radhakrishnan said, I don't know. As you have said, it is very deep to understand. So that is one point. The second point, the people are abandoning our religion. There are two factors. One is the pushing factor. We are not treating them. For example, under the caste system, we put some people down and things like that. These are the pushing factors, and pulling factor is something, when the Britishers, the Dutch and the Portuguese and those other people came in, they somehow pressurized our people to give up our culture and things like that. There are two wonderful things you made mention. Without further delay, let me go to Ruby. What does he say? Go ahead, Ruby.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Hindu Heritage Month. I'm very proud that Hindu Heritage Month is celebrated in Ontario in the month of November. Many of our federal colleagues, I'm a federal member of Parliament for the riding of Brampton North, and I did off the bat want to recognize that federally, there have been a few attempts to also recognize Hindu Heritage Month across this country. It's not as simple, and we're working on several Heritage Months, and I can say my colleague Selma Zayed also initiated a Heritage Month, Filipino Heritage Month. So, something that's not the faith or culture she belongs to, but we are very much in support of all faiths and all cultures living side by side in Canada. And so we are working towards that, but the system is a little complicated. It is a lottery process, and we did have a colleague who did take that step, but then passed away. And each parliament, when there's an election, the parliament renews, the lottery starts again, and all members are given a number to be able to present a private member's bill or motion. And so, unfortunately, my number is not going to come in this parliament. So I will not have an opportunity, and everyone gets assigned. So it is on the agenda, and we are going to work with our Hindu community to make sure that we can celebrate Hindu Heritage Month from coast to coast to coast. And I'm sure there will be a member that has that number coming up soon that can champion this. And I'm having some talks with colleagues as well so that we can do that. So I think that does help give some communities a platform. You know, a Heritage Month could mean nothing at all, but a Heritage Month could mean so much to some if the community takes that initiative and then does awareness campaigns, educational campaigns throughout their communities. And I'd like to say that from what I've learned from my Hindu friends growing up here in Canada is that it is a very welcoming faith. And unfortunately, I did hear some things on this call today that didn't sound as welcoming. And my personal opinion is that the faith will remain strong if you continue to be welcoming in your mothers, and you continue to have, of course, don't lose sight of the faith. I think that is always very important. But you have, you know, programs for youth, programs for seniors, so that people can collect. And I'm not an expert in any faith. I would say I did minor in religious studies in my university days because I do find faith and religion very fascinating. I have read the Bhagavad Gita. I find, you know, there's a lot to learn from the wisdom and virtues that are taught in every faith across our world. And I don't know if the preservation of Hinduism is necessarily predicated upon having a Hindu-only country. I mean, there are many faiths like Christianity that are still, you know, the most popular faith in the world that has opened their arms to all faiths, has opened their arms to us in, you know, in many countries. And so I think our strength is in having unity and having acceptance of all. And I think Hinduism has done that the best. Hinduism has welcomed all people and has shown us that love for all. And I think what you had said about the caste system, of course, that is something even many faiths are working to correct course on some of those issues so that we can be more welcoming. But I would also say that I hear what everyone is saying on this call, but I think all faiths are going through similar predicaments. I don't know any faith that doesn't feel this way. I think Judaism, Christianity, Sikhism, you know, all the faiths, you know, my sister Salma belongs to the Islamic faith, and I believe all of them have these conversations, and they're healthy conversations to have. We do have programs that you can definitely reach out to your local members of parliament that I think have been supportive of faith groups and effective, like the Canada Summer Jobs Program. That is something that I think some of the mothers can explore if you haven't joined the Canada Summer Jobs Program, because it is a way for you to run summer camps for young people. And maybe many of your mothers already run summer camps for youth. I know this year, because of COVID-19, we have many of the religious institutions haven't been able to run camps like they're used to. But through that program, you can get paid salaries, 100% of the salary for your young people that are going to lead the camps paid for. And so it's a way to, I think, give confidence to young people, integrate them, and also teach them. So you have two generations of young people in camps. Like you would have the camp leaders who would be, you know, in their later teenage or early adult years. And then you would have the much more younger camp goers. And I think in my younger years, programs like that were very effective in me getting closer and learning more about my faith. So that's just one tip that I think I would give, and something I'd be happy to share with you about the program if any of the Mandar priests here are interested in that. And other than that, I want to say, you know, Hindus have been a part of the fabric of Canada for over 110 years. And I think your vibrancy, I think the festivals, the faith, the people, your contributions to our economy have made Canada a stronger place. And I couldn't imagine living in a country where I didn't have you know, my friends that have guided me and taught me about the faith, and oftentimes are able to be the source of inspiration and motivation for me. And I would say a large part of that are my Hindu friends and supporters. And so I thank you for that, and for you always supporting our country, our leaders, our government, and giving good advice and guidance to us when that's needed. So happy Hindu Heritage Month, and I'll leave it with that.
Thank you so much. What exactly you said is very correct, in the sense our Hindu religion doesn't confine to a particular group of people. Anybody who practices as this Hindu faith will be accommodated and be part and parcel of it. We are not trying to convert anybody into Hindu religion. We love to have everybody together. In this sense, for example, November is a very wonderful month, and it is a coincidence when we remember those who lost their life in the First World War. We all, regardless of their religion, their race, or whatever it is, on humanitarian ground, we celebrated. Hinduism is also in the same manner, in the sense anybody, anywhere is practicing in the good faith and doing good thing for others. Be a Hindu. That's a wonderful thing. And Ruby, thank you for your wonderful time. And let's move on to Logendra Lincoln. He's a editor of a Tamil newspaper, and he has been advocating for the Hindu faith here among the younger generation. Logan, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. My special mention to Mr. Samia Batura, who has been a very active orator, writer, speaker, and spreading the faiths of Hinduism in our community in Kerala. But also I would like to mention our members of parliament, Ruby and Salma here, and other Swamis. And I would like to congratulate the Sri Nithyananda Temple in Scarborough, especially Bhaskaran Swami and other sisters there, for organizing this kind of event in order to educate our people. So at the same time, today we are celebrating the Hindu Heritage Day. So I am not a speaker in religious things. I'm a writer, but I have faith. I believe. I spread. When I always believe religion is not for praying, not only for praying or worship, also to learn how to live. So when I go to the temples, even when I go to speak in the temple, I always say, so what happens in our temples, we go and buy a ticket, it's called Archana, buy tickets and we write our names. But when I speak in the temples, I always say, do not worship for your family only. You know, you have to worship for the wealth and health of the other people too, who live around us. You know, it's very important. I always insist this during my speech. So when I go to Rochester Temple, not only I'm going there to worship, no. I meet Karanaya and I spend time Haranaya. I spend some time and I gain knowledge from him. Whenever he says something in 5 minutes, it's an asset. You know, when I come back to Canada, I feel something different. You know, I got something from him today, rather than worshiping in the temple and enjoying the environment. You know, the area, the temple where it's located. So one other thing I would like to mention that learning about the religion or the the history of religion or anything. I remember we have in our high school, we had a very strong syllabus for Hindu religion, but we learned that for the examinations, learning for examinations, learning for finding jobs. But here, most of the speakers in their speeches who spoke before me, all are very, very informative and valuable, and it's our people to know about the concepts of the speeches I heard. So what we do, we memorize during our school days, Thevaram, Tiruvasagam. Even Tiruvasagam, we learn and we had to write the meaning. What we learn, what is there. But after the school, most of the people, they forget. So it shows that we learn the religion only for exams or to find marks to find jobs. That's all. But listening to this kind of seminars or events, participating in these kind of events, it's most important. So I'm very thankful to the Scarborough Swami Nithyananda Paramashivam, the active members of the temple, and I would like to thank all other panelists who had already spoken, and many others to come to share their views and faith. So I will be here to listen over. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you all.
Thank you, Logan. You have made wonderful thing in the sense, for example, we believe in rebirth. Who knows, your forefathers would have been my children. My children in future would have been somebody else's family. As you have said, we should not be confined in a narrow circle of a smaller family. Rather, we have to think globally. That's a very wonderful thing that we advocate for others from Hindu religion. Salma, I have learned a lot of things from Islam. For example, as one of the speakers mentioned in one point in time, we compromise with the Western culture along with our philosophies. For example, when you fast, I observed when the sun sets, let's say today at 4:45, you break your fasting, or you just start the fasting or whatever it is, you observe, you practice it accordingly, not compromising with that. So I love that kind of practice. And in fact, in some of my TV shows and radio shows, I made mention we have to look at the Islamic people. We should not compromise and say at 12 o'clock the day begins and let's say at 6 o'clock starts or ends. We have to be like what the Islamic people doing during the Ramadan. Please go ahead with your perception of Hinduism. Salma?
Sorry, I was on them.
It's okay.
Good morning, everyone. Namaste. It's really a pleasure to join you all as we celebrate Hindu Heritage Month here in Ontario. It's really great to be among friends. I'm joined, and you heard from one of my colleagues, Ruby Sohuta, Member of Parliament from Brampton. And it's great to hear from Logan, who is doing a lot for the community here in Scarborough. And it's always a pleasure for me to work alongside Logan in the community of Scarborough, and also to see some friends like Tushi and Sobi and Bhaskaran here. So as we all come together to celebrate, as we are coming towards the end of month of November and celebrate Hindu Heritage Month, I think it's really very important for all of us to remember that every religion is welcoming, and every religion, the basic I am really honored to represent people of Scarborough, where people of different faith, different cultures have come and called Scarborough as their home. So whether I visit a mosque or a church or a mandir or a gurdwara, what I have found common in all people is that they want to have a better future for their next generations. And as a mother, I think that is the most important thing for all of us. So that is what brings us together. So as Member of Parliament for Scarborough Centre, and many of you know, and many of you have been part of those events, I brought in Scarborough Centre Multi-Faith Council in order to bring people together. So that's a great organization. Like we work all, and community leaders of all faiths come together in that. And we have organized many events. We have done visits to temples. We have done visit to mosque, church, and the organizing committee in respective religious institutions have given a tour to all the multi-faith leaders. And we have learned from each other. I have learned about other religions. And I think every religion teaches us to be good human beings at the end of the day. And I think that is the most important thing. And especially as we all try to navigate through this pandemic, I think it makes it more important to learn about each other, to lean on each other, to think about our friends, neighbors, regardless of the culture or the religion they practice. So this is what I think will bring us together, and this is how we can get through events like pandemic, because we need a Team Canada approach to get through this, and that will only be possible if we all come together. So I'm always honored to be friends with the people from the Hindu community. Hindu culture is such a rich and vibrant culture, and the contributions of the Hindu community for the Canadian society are awesome in its depth and breadth. The earliest records of Hindu immigrants to Canada date back to 110 years in British Columbia. So, but now we will find Hindus in nearly every corner of this country, from coast to coast to coast. In my riding of Scarborough Centre, I'm really proud to work with many Hindu individuals and organizations that are serving the community in various ways. I have seen during this pandemic that they have been there in the forefront. You are the health workers, frontline workers that have put their life on risk to serve the others during this pandemic. They are business owners, essential workers, and professionals that strive hard to continue serving the public and keeping the economy working. You are the homemakers, students, family members who are helping your neighbors in need, doing your part to prevent the spread of the virus by wearing masks, social distancing, and whatever it takes. So this pandemic has drastically altered the way we live, but rather than let it darken our lives, I think it is important that we use this pandemic to let the best in each one of us shine through. So right now, I think the need of the hour is that we all come together and make sure that we are there to help those who need an extra helping hand. And as my friend... Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Their culture is, where their roots are, and what religion they practice, how their forefathers came to this country. So it's important that we celebrate each other's culture. So I have very good friends from the Hindu community. who have been there alongside me in all the endeavors I've taken in my life, in my political journey. Always, I rely on a lot of friends who are from different faiths and many people from the Hindu community. So it's great to know you all also. And I want to take this opportunity to thank all of you because I've seen many of you very closely in Scarborough, the work which you are doing for the community, giving back to the community. So thank you for that. And I look forward to working alongside you to make sure that we build a better country, build a better community here in Scarborough and everywhere. So wish you all the best. Stay safe, take care of your loved ones, and we will definitely get through this difficult times in our life together. And I also want to mention that I think as a government, we should be very proud of ourselves that we have a very diverse representation at the House of Commons. People from different faiths are represented there. And just this parliament, one of our colleague, Anita Anand, has been elected as the member of parliament from Oakville. And she is from the Hindu faith and she is part of the cabinet. So it is really very important that people see themselves being represented on the table where major decisions are made which affect us all. So it's good to have representations from different faiths, different cultures at the major decision-making processes. So thank you once again, and stay safe, and hope to see you personally once we all are in better times. Thank you.
Thank you, Salma, respecting our religion. And you have made mention about this COVID-19. Actually, we pray for those who are affected by the disease and then those who lost their beloved ones. And there is only one consolation from Hindu religion is the soul is neither being created by birth nor destroyed by the death. The soul is somewhere. We pray for that. And lastly, we have 2 minutes to go. If anybody wants to give any other comments, please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I will take that last 2 minutes to thank all the panelists who have said yes to our invite, take their precious time on a Saturday afternoon among their busy schedule to attend this event and support this event and give us a hand. This is just a start where we are coming together to explore common ideas and common initiatives that each of us are doing it on our own level. But as a coming together in a larger community, certainly we can contribute much more to the community as well as the next generation to come. I personally, as well, on behalf of Nithyananda Meditation Academy, I'd like to thank the Member of Parliament, Ruby Sahota, for taking her time, and Salma Zahid for coming and giving the perspective of what is the current state and what are the initiatives that have been taken at the government level. So we really thank your participation and your continuous support in our activities that we are trying to give it to the humanity. And again, I would like to thank the Honorable Rubinath Sharma. He is the president of the Hindu Federation, taking his time and coming share his ideas and what we need to do. Same thing goes along to respected Haranaya. I have been to his temple and seen the precise way the rituals are taught. So very inspired by you. So thank you so much for taking your time and coming to this event. And now certainly Logan, he is one of the chief editor in the local community newspaper. He helped us whenever we need to reach out to our community. So as a media person, he plays a great role and supporting us in our every initiative. So thank you, Logan. And last but not least, our Swamis, Jnanatma Swami, who didn't get to speak. So sorry, Ma, the time ran out. And next time, since this was the first event we put together with larger panelists, so the timing didn't really go well. But next time we would love to hear your perspective, because we know you have so much passion and enthusiasm to share what you stand for. Thank you.
What is more important is everybody got a chance to share their views, and we were able to discuss and present about Hinduism. That is what is most important, and I think we achieved that goal pretty well today. So thank you so much for inviting. It was actually wonderful to be a part of this panel.
Thank you so much, Ma. And now, Premadma Swami, thank you for ironing out all the things that we can put forward for our next generations. What are the ideas about our true Hinduism is? So thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. And few of the member of parliament, they were not able to come to the event because of their previous commitment, because we put this event in a very short time due to all the COVID situations and whatnot. But certainly we would like to project. They have extended their greetings as a letters. So we definitely want to project that and thank them in this panel as well. So the operator, would you be able to project the, yes. So this is from Honorable Minister Mary Ann. She is from the Markham Thornhill riding, and she is extending her greetings to this event and certainly recognizing the contribution what Nithyananda Academy is trying to do to bring the Hindu community together and do more of the outreach work. And the next parliamentarian is, sorry, Sonia Sidhu. She is the Member of Parliament from Brampton, and she is also extending her wishes to Nithyananda Meditation Academy, as well as every one of you who are here to support this initiative and this event. Thank you so much, Sonia Sidhu. And the last Member of Parliament is Anita Anand. As Salma Sahid mentioned, she is one of the cabinet minister and she is a Hindu. So we are certainly proud to have a country where all the faith groups are presented in the parliament itself. So can you please project her certificate? It's from slide 25, please. Because we really want to appreciate and thank all the members who are extending their gratitudes and their blessings and wishes. Certainly few other parliamentarians have responded by emails and congratulating it. Certainly there's quite a lot of emails, so we didn't get to present each and every one, but whoever presented a certificate of a form of letter, we have represented in this event. Thank you, everyone. Now we are going to move to the next segment, which is going to be a satsang. So let me introduce and welcome our beloved Swamiji himself. We call him Swamiji, but I should introduce him with all what he has contributed to the humanity at large. We are delighted and honored to welcome the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagatguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. He is the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation that created the world's largest Hindu university, thousands of Sarvanya Peedams, and world-only Hindu Reserve Bank. Without further ado, let's welcome and listen in what His Divine Holiness has to share for Hindu Heritage Month. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. Svabhava-chinmayanandam Kripa-purnam Jagatpatim Harisharkajetaram Nithyananda-gurum bhaje. 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 Ikshanatraya-vidvamsam Gunavastha-vivarjitam Sarvadevam Sarvamadam Nithyananda-gurum bhaje. Ikshanatraya-vidvamsam Gunavastha-vivarjitam Sarvadevam Sarva
Ishwaribara Shakti Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects and blessings. I welcome everyone who is here to celebrate Hindu Heritage Month in Canada. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings, respects, best wishes. I welcome all the living Hindus and practicing Hindus all over the world, de facto Kailasians, sitting with us all over the world. First thing, I wanted to sincerely thank Government of Canada for declaring December as Hindu Heritage Month in December 2016 through an act embedded in Bill 56. The province of Ontario proclaimed the month of November as Hindu Heritage Month in recognition of the immense contribution that Hindu Canadians have made across all the fields of endeavor in the province. So, I thank Government of Canada for declaring the month of November as Hindu Heritage Month. I correct myself. The month of November is actually declared as the Hindu Heritage Month by Government of Canada. I thank Government of Canada for that. And I sincerely thank Hindu Federation for celebrating this Hindu Heritage Month this November 2020. And I sincerely appreciate all the efforts taken by everyone who is part of this Hindu Federation and all the important personalities who are here today. I sincerely thank each one of you. All the temples which are participating in this Hindu Heritage Month program. KAILASA in Toronto, Sri Varasiddhi Vinayagar Temple, Scarborough, Sri Siva Satyanarayana Swami Temple, Mississauga, Karpaga Vinayagar Temple, Brampton, Bhuvaneshwari Amman Temple, Brampton, Sri Nagabhushani Amman Temple, Scarborough, Sri Selvavinayagar Temple, Scarborough, Grand Prairie Hindu Temple, Alberta, Canada, Kandaswamy Temple, Scarborough, Sri Shiva Vishnu Temple, North York, Sri Nallur Kandaswamy Temple, Scarborough, and I sincerely wanted to thank all those temples which are participating on this grand 1 month long programs, Hindu Heritage Month programs and festivities. All the leaders and parliamentarians who are here, I wanted to thank each one of you for being here on behalf of me personally and on behalf of KAILASA, the Hindu nation, and on behalf of KAILASA in Toronto. Pandit Roopnath Sharma ji, President of the Hindu Federation and spiritual leader of Mississauga's Ram Mandir, I welcome you and thank you for leading this great work, great effort. Pandit Roopnath Sharma ji, thank you and welcome. I welcome you sincerely. Sri Chaitanyanandanada Saraswati, founder and spiritual leader of Sri Rajarajeshwari Temple, New York, I welcome you sincerely with my respects. Sri Logan Logendra Lingam, Chief Editor, Canada Udayan, Canada's leading Tamil newspaper, I welcome you with my love and respects. Sri Sami Appadurai, community activist, writer and speaker, I welcome you sincerely. And Salma Sahid, Member of Parliament. Miss Salma Sahid is not only Member of Parliament, our sincere well-wisher. Miss Salma Sahid, I welcome you and I remember again and again all the support we receive from you as Toronto KAILASA, the KAILASA in Toronto remembers you, welcomes you, and you are more than a friend for us. I welcome you. Mary Ng, Minister of Small Business, Export Promotion and International Trade. Mary Ng, I welcome you with my love and respects. Thank you for all your support for Toronto KAILASA, the KAILASA in Toronto. Sonia Sidhu, Member of Parliament, I welcome you with my love and respects. Ruby Sahota, Member of Parliament, I welcome you. Anita Anand, Member of Parliament, I welcome you. I welcome each one of you with my love and respect. I know there are many more dignitaries, Hindu leaders, parliamentarians. I welcome all of you and the ambassadors of KAILASA, diplomats of KAILASA, ministers of KAILASA. I welcome all of you who are sitting with us all over the world, at present in more than 1,000 locations. I welcome you all with my love and respect. First things first. Dharmo rakshati rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. This is the essence of the need to protect Hindu heritage. See, Hinduism is fundamentally greater science of cosmos. Hinduism is the greater science of life. Greater science of life and absolutely life positive. Let me repeat. Hinduism is greater science of cosmos. Hinduism is greater science about life. It is absolutely life positive. It is extremely life positive. We all need to understand protecting, preserving, living vibrantly the Hindu heritage is the way of living the life positive principles. Hinduism is all about life positivity. In every level, whether the individual's spiritual growth, individual's health, mental wellness, intense inspired life, in every level, Hinduism is life positive. I want everyone, including Hindus, to understand why we need to keep the Hindu heritage alive, because it's extremely life positive. I can go on giving you 1,000 examples. First thing I can tell, in any nation, Hindus are the richest ethnic minority. Whether it is United States of America, Canada, UK, Australia, Hindus are the richest ethnic minority. Please understand, every statement I am making is based on lots and lots of researches, studies, tons and tons of evidences available in the internet, very valid, very scientific surveys, studies, researches done on different ethnic communities and societies. Based on that conclusions I am talking, Hindus are the richest ethnic minority, whether in United States of America or in Canada or in UK or in Australia. UK one survey says Hindus are the happiest people, not just richest ethnic minority, happiest people. And lowest divorce rate, lowest drug abuse, lowest crime record, lowest drug abuse, lowest crimes, lowest divorce rate, richest ethnic minority, extremely contributing society. Wherever we go and settle down, we may be from Guyana, we may be from Sri Lanka, we may be from India, we may be from Trinidad Tobago, we may be from Fiji, we may be from Mauritius. Our roots may be from different countries. I also wanted the whole world, all the Hindus to know. The Indian Hindus are trying to forget the Hindus from other countries and their contribution. We should not do that mistake. The Hindus are not just from India. We need to know Hindus are from many countries going and settling all over the world. I think in Canada itself, we have more number of Hindus from other countries than from India. So we should remember the Hindu diaspora wherever they go and settle. They may be from any country, but wherever they go and settle, they are extremely life positive and contributing to that country, to that nation, to that society. Absolute integrity to the society and nation where they are settled, which they call as home. I can see very clearly how the Hindus from Guyana, Hindus from Mauritius, Hindus from Sri Lanka, Hindus from Burma, Hindus from Nepal, Hindus from Bangladesh, Hindus from Pakistan, Hindus from Malaysia, Hindus from Cambodia, go all over the world and settle down, become the most productive members of that country. There is something in the very core values of Hinduism that makes us more productive citizens of the nation we settle down, extremely contributing, and lowest crimes, lowest drug abuse, lowest depression rate, stable family, very high stable family, lowest divorce, very highly educated. There is something in the very core value of Hinduism, Hindu heritage, that is responsible for all these positive things, results. We should keep that value alive and living it vibrantly, manifesting. I want all of you to know, Hinduism is the only religion the oldest, ancient, enlightenment-centric religion completely centered on greater science of life. It's a greater science of life. We should now keep the values and heritage of Hinduism, whether values or heritage of Hinduism or lifestyle of Hinduism, anything which makes us productive, happy, blissful, contributing, life positive citizens of the nation where we settle down. The first thing, Hinduism accepts many gods and all gods. We don't have problem We accept, celebrate many gods and all gods. I think the future religion is going to be accepting many gods or all gods. Hinduism is the religion. No terrorist group can base their ideology on Hinduism. So absolutely no terrorism. No terrorism in any form, not only in the forms of attacks. We don't even believe in conversion. No conversion, no terrorism. We accept all gods and many gods. The core values of Hinduism is all about life positivity. Whether the food we eat or the dress or our thought currents or how we feel about ourselves and how we feel about life in every level, it's all about life positivity. We all need to know living Hindu heritage means living life positivity, and living the Hindu heritage is the greatest service you will do for humanity. Humanity needs extreme life positive thought currents and lifestyles. It is time we bring absolute life positive thought currents and energies in every level: social, political, economical, ideological. In every level, we need to bring extreme life positive ideas, thought currents, innovation, creativity, rooted on life positivity. Understand, this is the essence of Hinduism: innovation, creativity, contribution, rooted in life positivity. Hindus are extremely creative, innovative, contributing, established in life positivity. I recall and refer once more Pandit Rupnath Sharma ji, when he was speaking in the panel. He said, we don't want to preserve, we want it alive. He made a beautiful statement. We don't want to preserve, we want it alive, the Hinduism. Pandit Rupnath Sharma ji, thank you for this statement. This is exactly what I really want. Not just keeping it in museum. We don't want Hinduism to be kept in museum. It's the most ancient, enlightened civilization which has solution for all modern day human problems. The problems the human beings created in the modern day, we have solution for everything. Not only we want to preserve Hinduism, we want it alive, applied in every level. The one and only way is, let us all start living it. Let us all start living Hindu values, Hindu heritage, and start contributing to the society more and more. One of the minor issue I wanted to address here, we Hindus, value freedom. Hinduism, its core scriptures give extreme freedom. We should not forget not sitting with each other cannot be considered as freedom. Please understand. Hinduism gives extreme freedom. Unfortunately, human beings have started thinking because of the freedom Hinduism gives, we don't need to have cooperation amongst us. We should enjoy the freedom and have at least minimal common agenda where we all meet, cooperate, support each other to keep the Hindu heritage alive. It is time all the Hindu organizations in Canada, we all feel the need to have a common agenda and keep our heritage alive and contribute positively to the nation we all call as home, Canada. On and off, I was attending the panel discussions. I was watching the panelists. I wanted to thank each one of you for your amazing contributions and words, encouraging, supporting everyone. Basically, I want all of us to understand why Hindu heritage need to be preserved, because it is absolutely life positive. It has so much to contribute to us personally and to the society and humanity at large. That's the first thing. Second, wherever Hindus went and settled, we are the most successful, richest ethnic minority. The reason is the core values of Hinduism makes us extremely life positive, hard-working, stable family, lowest depression, lowest suffering, lowest drug abuse. So all the positivity we enjoy due to the Hindu values should be protected and transmitted to the next generation, should be shared with the whole humanity at large. These are the reasons why the Hindu heritage should be protected. And methodology, we all should start living it in our life more and more deeply. And all the Hindu organizations, we should have minimum common agenda where we meet regularly at least once a month. I sincerely request the KAILASA in Toronto to work with all the Hindu temples and Hindu organizations, come up with some minimum common agenda where we all agree, where we all meet, where we all share, where we all compare notes. We all have minimum common understandings, like Vedas are the foundation of Hinduism. All of us agree, whether we belong to Shaivite tradition, Shakta tradition, or Vaishnavite tradition, or Ganapatya, Gaumara, any sampradaya, any tradition, we all agree Vedas are the source of Hinduism. Om is the sacred symbol. Cow is sacred. Like this, we have common minimum understanding. Based on that common minimum understandings, we need to come up with minimum, at least common agendas where we all agree, where we all meet, and we should start working together. That will lead to tangible and intangible good to ourselves and to the nation, both. We can contribute so much to Canada if we all work together. So, I sincerely request all the Hindu organizations, temples in Canada to take up a minimum common agenda and at least once a month meet and continue to work together and contribute to the nation Canada. I thank you all for being here, and I'll say a few words in Tamil also. இந்த இனிமையான வேளையில் இங்கு வந்திருக்கும் எல்லா ஹிந்து ஆலயங்களின் தலைவர்களையும் மற்றும் முக்கியஸ்தர்களையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்பதில் மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகின்றேன். ஹிந்து பாரம்பரிய மாதம், நவம்பர் மாதத்தை ஹிந்து பாரம்பரிய மாதமாக கனடா நாட்டில் கொண்டாடுகின்றோம். இதை இந்து பாரம்பரிய மாதமாக அறிவித்தமைக்காக கனடா நாட்டின் அரசாங்கத்திற்கு நன்றி தெரிவிக்கின்றேன். இந்து மதத்தின் பாரம்பரியம் ஏன் காப்பாற்றப்பட வேண்டும்? எந்த நாட்டில் சென்று நாம் நம் வாழ்வை அமைத்துக் கொண்டாலும் நம்முடைய வேர்கள் இலங்கையாகவோ, கயானாவாகவோ, சிங்கப்பூராகவோ, மலேசியாவாகவோ, இந்தியாவாகவோ, நேபாளமாகவோ, கம்போடியாவாகவோ, பர்மாவாகவோ இருக்கலாம். ஆனால் எந்த நாட்டில் நாம் சென்று நம்முடைய வாழ்க்கையை அமைத்துக் கொண்டாலும் அந்த நாட்டிற்கு மிகப்பெரிய பங்களிப்பை அளிக்கின்றோம். அதனாலதான் ரிச்சஸ்ட் எத்னிக் மைனாரிட்டியா அமெரிக்காவாகட்டும், கனடாவாகட்டும், இங்கிலாந்தாகட்டும், எல்லா முதல் உலக நாடுகளிலும் பட்டியல் எடுத்து பார்த்தால் ஆஸ்திரேலியாவாகட்டும், ரிச்சஸ்ட் எத்னிக் மைனாரிட்டி, செல்வச் செழிப்போடு வாழுகின்ற மக்களாக இந்துக்களாகிய நாம் அறியப்படுகின்றோம். அதற்கு காரணம் நம்முடைய பாரம்பரியம் நம்மை நமக்கும் மற்றவர்களுக்கும் பங்களிக்கின்ற நபர்களாகவே உருவாக்கி வைத்திருக்கின்றது. அந்த பாரம்பரியம், தர்மம், வாழ்க்கை முறை வாழப்பட வேண்டும், மற்றவர்களுக்கு சொல்லப்பட வேண்டும், அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கு அளிக்கப்பட வேண்டும். இந்த மிகப்பெரிய பொறுப்பை நாம் உடையவர்களாக இருக்கின்றோம். அதனால முதல் விஷயம், இந்த இந்து பாரம்பரியத்தை, வாழ்க்கை முறையை நாமே வாழுதல், ஆழ்ந்து 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 வாழுதல். இரண்டாவதாக, நம்மை சுற்றி இருப்பவர்களுக்கும் நம்முடைய அடுத்த தலைமுறைக்கும் இதை கொண்டு செல்லுதல். மூன்றாவதாக, கனடாவில் இருக்கின்ற இந்து ஆலயங்கள், பல்கலைக்கழகங்கள், இயக்கங்கள், தலைவர்கள் ஒன்றாக இணைந்து குறைந்தபட்ச கொள்கைகள் சார்ந்த ஒரு காமன் மினிமம் எஜெண்டாவை உருவாக்கி, குறைந்தபட்ச வரைவு திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கி, நாம் எல்லோரும் அதில் பங்கெடுத்து ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் ஒரு முறையாவது நாம் எல்லோரும் அதில் கலந்து கொண்டு, இன்னைக்கு இந்த பேனலிஸ்டுங்க நிறைய பேர் அட்டன் பண்ணீங்க. அவங்கள சில பேருடைய பெயரை சொல்ல விரும்புகின்றேன். பார்த்தி கந்தவேல், ஸ்கூல் போர்ட் ட்ரஸ்டி அவர்களையும், டாக்டர் அனு ஸ்ரீஸ்கந்தராஜா, ப்ரொஃபசர், ஸ்கூல் போர்ட் ட்ரஸ்டி அவர்களையும், சிவதர்ஷி யோகநாதன், செகண்டரி டீச்சர், ESL டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஹெட், டொரண்டோ டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட் ஸ்கூல் போர்டு அவர்களையும் உங்களுடைய சிறப்பான பங்களிப்புக்காக நன்றியோடு நினைவு கூறுகின்றேன். உங்களுடைய பேனல் டிஸ்கஷன்ஸ ஆன் அண்ட் ஆஃப் பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். மிகுந்த அருமையான கருத்துக்களை எல்லாம் முன்வைத்தீர்கள். நன்றி. நான் சொல்ல விரும்புகிற கருத்துக்களின் சாரம் இதுதான். நாம் வாழ்வோம், அடுத்த தலைமுறையை வாழ வைப்போம். ஒரு காமன் எஜெண்டா, மினிமம் குறைந்தபட்ச வரைவு திட்டத்தை உருவாக்கி கொண்டு மாதம் ஒரு முறையாவது நாம் எல்லாம் ஒன்று கூடி கலந்தாலோசித்து கனடா நாட்டுக்கு நம்முடைய பங்களிப்பை அதிகமாக்குவது, இந்து பாரம்பரியத்தை ஆழமாகவும் அகலமாகவும் வாழ்வது, ஆழமாக நாம் வாழ்வது, அகலமாக பலருக்கும் அளிப்பது, இந்த செயல்களில் நாம் ஈடுபட வேண்டும் என்று எல்லா இந்து இயக்கங்கள், கனடா நாட்டில் இருக்கும் இந்து இயக்கங்களையும் வேண்டி கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுகின்றேன். எனக்கு அளிக்கப்பட்டிருக்கும் இந்த சில மணித்துளிகளில் இந்த சில கருத்துக்களை உங்களோடு பகிர்ந்து கொள்ள விரும்புகின்றேன். பொறுமையோடு இருந்து இதை கேட்டமைக்காக உங்கள் அனைவரையும் நன்றியோடு வணங்குகின்றேன். டொரண்டோ கைலாசம் இந்த பொறுப்பை ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு இந்து ஹெரிட்டேஜ் நிகழ்வை செய்தமைக்காகவும் டொரண்டோ கைலாசத்திற்கு நன்றி கூறுகின்றேன். இதை முறையாக ஒருங்கிணைப்பு செய்த உமேஷ், ஸ்ரீ ஓங்காரானந்தாவையும் வைதேகியையும் நன்றி பாராட்டுகின்றேன். இதையெல்லாம் தாண்டி, இதற்கெல்லாம் அப்பாற்பட்டு சாமி அப்பாதுரை மாடரேட்டர் அவர்களையும் நன்றி பாராட்டுகின்றேன். இந்துக்களாகிய நாம் பல ஆலயங்கள் அமைத்திருக்கின்றோம். நம் பாரம்பரியத்தை உயிரோடு வைத்திருக்கின்ற காரணத்தையும் தெரிந்து கொண்டு நாமும் வாழ்ந்து மற்றவர்களையும் வாழ வைத்து ஆர்கனைஸ்டாக ஒருங்கிணைப்போடு செயல்பட்டோமானால் தர்மோ ரக்ஷதி ரக்ஷிதா, தர்மத்தை காப்பவர்களை அது காக்கும் என்கின்ற சத்தியத்தை நாம் நடைமுறையில் வாழ்வில் அனுபவமாக உணரலாம். தொழில்துறை, பொருளாதாரத்துறை, அரசியல் துறை, சமூக கட்டமைப்புத்துறை, தனி மனித ஆன்மீக முன்னேற்றம் என்கின்ற எல்லா துறைகளிலும் நம்மால் இந்து பாரம்பரியத்தை காப்பாற்றி வைப்பதன் மூலமாக மிகப்பெரிய பங்களிப்பை அளிக்க முடியும் என்பதை புரிந்து கொண்டு அதை காப்பாற்றி வைத்து மிகப்பெரிய பங்களிப்பை அளிப்பதே நாம் நமக்கும் உலகத்திற்கும் மனித இனத்திற்கும் செய்கின்ற மிகப்பெரிய நன்மையாகும், மிகப்பெரிய சேவையாகும் என்று கூறிக்கொண்டு எல்லோரும் ஆள்போல் தழைத்து அருகுபோல் வேரூன்றி மூங்கில் போல் சுற்றம் சூழ எல்லா வளத்தோடு வாழையடி வாழையென பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளின் பேரருளால் 16 பெற்று பெருவாழ்வு வாழ ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள். I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living and radiating the Shuddha-Advaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham, Nithyananda Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ 93 गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ 33 गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिवसमुद्भूत कपिलमहागुरुपुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्रीमहामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिवसिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्तगणनायक श्रीमहागणपतिसमारम्भ अनवच्छिन्नपीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलासपरम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणवस्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत्श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामी
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. What I mean by the word KAILASA, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is KAILASA. I welcome all of you, the whole world, to come and celebrate, enjoy not only the enlightenment ecosystem, the beauty of how it is getting revived. Be an insider for this great revival process. If you are an insider, even for a startup company, you will understand not only the result of the company, even that being an insider is such a joy. Being an insider, when it was happening, is something extraordinary. So, I welcome all of you to come and be part of an insider of this revival of KAILASA, the enlightenment ecosystem, sovereign order of KAILASA, KAILASA nation itself. I request and welcome, invite all of you to become e-Kailasian. Get your free e-passport and make billions receive this free e-passport. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. KAILASA coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to KAILASA, it's okay. KAILASA can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa.
With this beautiful satsang by our beloved Swamiji, we invite all the viewers for tomorrow's. We invite all the viewers during this Hindu Heritage Month for tomorrow's Bharani Deepam celebrations. We thank all of you for watching and would like to offer the last reminder to please go down to that link below and cast your vote, because it's you who makes the decision. We thank all of you for joining us and invite you for tomorrow's satsang. Thank you. We'd like to end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudakshate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Paduka Arpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. We thank all of you. Nithyanandam.